I'm Kyle Kozed, President and CEO of the Naval Aviation Museum Foundation. I'm excited to welcome each and every one of you to this year's Red, White, and Blues Pensacola Beach Airshow, streaming today courtesy of our partners at Hellcat Productions. Now, regardless of where you're watching from today, remember that when the Blues fly home this afternoon, the show doesn't end there. Don't forget to come see us at the National Naval Aviation Museum. We're open from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. and experience the adrenaline of naval aviation. And fly Navy.
Your host today, John Fay, call sign Fizzle. He graduated from the Naval Academy in the class of 2000. John flew more than 3,000 flight hours, 168 carrier landings in the S-3 Viking, and more flying in the P-3 Orion in the global war on terror. His career over 24 years as a naval flight officer culminated as executive officer with the U.S. Navy Blue Angels, the hallmark of Navy and Marine Corps teamwork and professionalism. Your host, Scott Janik, call sign Mongo, flew EA-6 Prowlers and EF-18 Growlers in electronic warfare for most of his career, plus a slew of Navy training aircraft, with more than 3,500 flight hours, 516 carrier landings, 120 combat missions in the global war on terror. Scott started his career in the ROTC at Villanova University. The Flybys from NAS Pensacola and the Wildcats from Squadron VT-10 and the 8 Balls from Helicopter Training Squadron HT-8. Welcome to the Pensacola 2025. Hellcat Productions were set up this morning. Beautiful morning here in Pensacola, right next to Casino Beach Bar and Grill at Show Center. All air shows have a center point, and the Pensacola Beach Air Show is historically used. A friend of the Coast Guard, a buoy tender comes out and sets itself right so the aircraft can see where Show Center is right off the pier here in Pensacola Beach. And we are set up when you get a shot of me, you'll see the tender right over my shoulder. It's great weather here. I know people are parking and still spilling in, but those of you that are listening to this might not have made it. I know that some local friends are listening, to include right here at Casino Beach, the Jones family visiting from Rome, Georgia. They've dialed in, and so they're kind of enjoying a beverage and some breakfast while they're waiting for the aircraft to start flying. So the Pensacola Beach Air Show is known for featuring our U.S. Navy Blue Angels that are stationed right here at Naval Air Station, Pensacola. And it has been an annual event for many years. This 2025 Air Show is marking another year in its tradition and the 79th year of the Blue Angels flying. Many other performers, including a special showing today, unique, of a B-1 bomber, might make an appearance. And we have some new acts and some acts that have been with us for quite a long time. The 2 shows at Pensacola, Florida, kind of annually happen. One is the beach, kind of marking somewhat of the halfway point of the season for the Blues, but it's a great way for the city to celebrate summertime and get people out here to the beach. As you're probably seeing some different shots of folks in the water and enjoying a moment to cool down before they're asked to leave the water once the planes start flying. And then at the end of the Blue Angel season, usually the beginning of November, there's a homecoming show that's hosted traditionally at Naval Air Station, Pensacola. So what we're watching now as we've kicked this off, the air show itself actually starts around noon, pretty close to noon. Uh, Between now and then, there's some different acts that fly, but it's in a pre-waiver flight. It's uncontrolled. And what that means from an air show standpoint is when there's going to be an air show, there's a TFR or temporary flight restriction established around where the aircraft are flying. In the case of the Pensacola Beach Air Show, for those that want a little more information, this one here is 5 miles and up to 15,000 feet. What the TFR does is let aircraft know. It gets a notice to airmen gets put out. So if you're just flying your aircraft around, you'll see these TFRs established. So you'll know not to come fly within this area. That TFR for this air show will become active at 11 and stay active until the conclusion of the Blue Angels flying, which we should see Fat Albert around 2. And then the Blue Angel Delta, the Diamond and the Solos will show up after Fat Albert's done. And then they'll fly to 3 or just shortly after 3 o'clock. So a lot of excitement. So until the TFR gets stood up at 11, there are just aircraft that can come fly, and some of these are on a semi-professional basis. I think I saw the first group, the Black Ducks, which are a World War II era team flying out of Milton, Florida. So we'll be watching the camera to see when they show up flying some aircraft from the World War II generation. Yeah, the weather's great here. Had a thunderstorm pass off the coast earlier in the day, but just seeing some puffy clouds in the sky and nothing here at the beach, and all weather looks like it's great. So again, for those that have joined us here locally on the beach or on boats, I saw a lot of boats already at anchor out behind us, and then I know there's a lot of bays on the intercoastal side of people relaxing, enjoying a Saturday with friends and family. And again, that tradition of meeting in the summer and watching aircraft fly, nothing can beat it. Airplanes and helicopters. What a way to spend a beautiful Saturday. Got to keep looking on my shoulder. These older generation aircraft engines are a little bit quieter than what we're going to hear later with the Blues. But here's someone just kind of flying through. So once a TFR is established for an air show, then what we see right off the beach, and when I talked about center point, there's also an established show box. The show box is established with the air show coordinators and the FAA, and within the show box are where aviators are allowed to do aerobatic maneuvering. So you could be within the TFR, temporary flight restriction area, but not yet in the show box. That allows for people to do maneuvering to set up. Those of you that are on the intercoastal, like on the boats, for example, later on this afternoon, the Blue Angels leave center point and they're going out and adjusting the formation. They're able to stay within the TFR and not have to worry about other aircraft coming in and getting in their way, but then doing the actual maneuvering within the show box. The pier is a great visual point of where the show box is. So that kind of extends out. I know there's people situated on the beach to the right and left of the pier, and I know the acts in the briefs for the event, they will do their best to extend left and right as much as possible to let people that are in the crowd left or right of the pier see the show. Yeah, and that looks like a shot of everybody in the water enjoying a chance to cool down at 11:40. They actually start clearing the water, so everybody's out 11:50. When the high performance aircraft start coming and doing the aerobatic maneuvers, the water has to be cleared. That's something that's unique about the Pensacola Beach Air Show. Is it is rare to have an air show site. Pensacola Beach is one of them. That is an over the water show site. Most air shows you'll see occur over an airfield. So it's right over the top of the runway. Planes will take off, do their maneuvers. So everything is kind of contained right there. So obviously a dynamic here for the Pensacola Beach Air Show is, and a lot of help with the Coast Guard, uh, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Life Flight will get airborne. Lifeguards here at Pensacola Beach, but everyone kind of participating to make sure boats remain clear as well as people stay out of the water for the show site when the aerobatic demonstrations begin there around noon. So, yeah, so we'll see some of these aircraft just kind of come and explore the space. When someone shows up that we know about, I'll let you know a little bit about them. But otherwise, anyone can kind of enter. It's not controlled airspace right now. A couple tow banner aircraft flying around. I see another one coming in kind of by the end of the pier doing some advertising. So everybody's out here this morning just enjoying the weather, enjoying getting psyched and ready for aircraft to fly, setting up their umbrellas, or they were here at 3 a.m. setting them up and picking out a great space. But yeah, we'll just keep enjoying the morning. Yeah, and that looks like Sheldon Heatherting out there in his short takeoff and landing aircraft, a Zenith aircraft built in 2009 in Michigan. His aircraft has 100 horsepower Rotax. Wingspan is 29 feet, only 750 pounds empty weight. And the slowest approach speed currently in competition is 30 miles per hour. That's why it's a short takeoff and landing. That airframe is light enough with that engine, and it's just designed to take off and land in very, very short distances. Um, Top speed is only 125 miles per hour. But yeah, that aircraft usually lands only at 25 miles per hour, which is what allows it to land in such a short distance. They have competitions, and if you want some fun later on, Google STOL or short takeoff and landing competitions, and you'll watch these airplanes just take off and land in a matter of tens of feet, which is pretty impressive. Sheldon's information. He is a competitor in the short takeoff and landing. 20 years flying experience. Time in a lot of aircraft, Cessnas, 172s, 182s. Flies running a Piper Cherokee, Glass Air, Epsilon TB30, and then as well as this Zenith. So he's a avid aviation photographer. When he's not up in the air flying his aircraft, he likes to be down, including right here at Pensacola Beach, taking pictures of other aircraft while they're flying. I think they came a little bit early. The black ducks were the usually kind of lead at the beginning, but those that saw them fly by. L4 Grasshopper, Eurocoup YO55, a Sentinel 5, a Luscombe UC90. All those were World War II era aircraft, a lot of liaison, reconnaissance, artillery control warbirds. Majority of them, all of them very lightweight, but a majority of them side by side seating, high wing, and they were most are made out of steel, some aluminum, a lot of wood, and those frames then covered with fabric to make those aircraft light. But obviously, the technology of flying was in its youth at that time, World War II, but started really showing how we were building aircraft to get around, do missions, and train.
Gene Valentino and his Icon A5 amphibian is sponsored by Foil Forward, promoting sustainable hydrofoil implementation in sailing, recreational boats, and commercial transportation, serving consumers, industry, and education.
And entering the box from the west, the crowd's right to left. Now we're looking at Gene Valentino flying an Icon A5. That aircraft is built as you see it, kind of looks very unique, but designed and built to take off from land or can land on the water. And I went out a little bit earlier, it looked like the water conditions are favorable while Gene is flying around here this morning. Since the water's favorable, we should expect to see him do a couple touchdowns on the water to show that capability of that aircraft. Icon A5 is a durable full carbon frame. It has a fully mechanized water rudder when it's down there in the water. About a 450-mile range. Looks like he's coming in. Let's see if he's obviously he's got to contend with people in the water, so a little bit close, farther out next to the boats, but looks like he's going to come down and we might see him touch the surface here. And there he goes, showing his not going to come to a full stop, which he could, but he's just going to show us how he can jet ski a little bit. There he is, airborne again, right by our Coast Guard vessel at center point. Out there over the pier. Gene's got a lot of ties here in Pensacola, former Escambia County Commissioner, and he's flown various aircraft since 1974. It's really neat to see this aircraft get out there near the water, just the low and slow flight maneuvers that he's able to maintain in that aircraft. Giving our friends out there on some of the boats anchored out offshore a hello. And another little kiss of the water here in the Gulf. I don't have much experience in aircraft like that. Lived in Alaska one time, did a float plane ride, and surprisingly smooth was had only one flight, but surprisingly smooth was a takeoff and landing. Obviously, having some flight experience, you could sense and feel a little bit of the drag as the airplane started going through the water, and then as it slowed down and the water really took a hold of the floats. But other than that, not much different feeling than a regular takeoff and landing. That shot right there, a great example of some of the benefits of linking in with Hellcat and not just being there on the beach, is kind of that real zoomed in look at the aircraft and touching down on the water, which a lot of people here don't get to see unless they got some binoculars and don't have an umbrella in their way. So again, I want to thank everybody out there for logging in and joining us this morning and into this afternoon with Hellcat.
Okay, what you're seeing, as long as the connection stays. We're looking at the inside of Tanner Matheny's cockpit. It's giving us a view from the air.
There goes Gene waving as we're about to see Tanner, but Gene's
Next, over the
flying by
beach,
the
Tanner
crowd,
Matheny
waving
and
to
his
the wings there
L-17
on the-
Navion comes
on
to
the
you from
A5, saying,
Centennial
"You all
Bank
enjoy
with
your
2 locations
Saturday
in
at
Pensacola
Airshow,
and branches
I
in
am guessing
Navarre
he's
and
gonna go
across
land,
Baldwin County.
put his A5 to bed, and then head over the bridge and come join us and watch the rest of the day."
Well, hello everybody. My name is Tanner Matheny. I'm the founder and pilot of Matheny Airshows. The aircraft I fly is a 1946 North American Avion named Olivia, and she's been an absolute pleasure and joy to both own and fly. Started flying gliders when I was 14, then got into powered flying when I was 16 years old, and then I just knew from there on out not only was I going to fly, but I knew that an airplane was going to be in my future at some point. I chose to go the military path and fly for the Navy as an electronic warfare officer in the Growler. During my time in the Growler, I came across Olivia, the Navion, and I purchased her in 2018, and I've owned her since. And we've flown all across the country, and I've been very fortunate enough to be able to be the current caretaker of Olivia, and being able to fly here for the Beach Air Show and the Blue Angels Homecoming Air Show is really an honor and a privilege for me to be able to showcase Olivia and be able to not only connect with some of the military folks here in town in Pensacola, but be able to rekindle new friendships with folks that are in the industry as professionals. And since I'm just starting out, everything is a learning experience for me, and I try to soak it all in as best as I can. This Navion in particular, Olivia, is equipped with a Continental IO 550B, which is 300 horsepower, normally aspirated. It's not turbocharged or anything. But I've taken her personally up to 12,000 feet and still have plenty of power to fly. As far as cruising, I cruise between 130 to 145 knots, depending on what I'm deciding to burn for that day, whether I'm on the richer side or the leaner side. But having the 300 horsepower engine in the Navion in particular, these aircraft were built to get in and out of unimproved airstrips and be able to climb rather well. So having that 300 horsepower engine on the aircraft allows it to climb very well and get off the ground very quickly. As far as the aircraft, it weighs 3,100 pounds. So the useful load is around 1,100 to 1,200 pounds. So with that, I can have 4 people in the aircraft with nearly full fuel and baggage and still be within the center of gravity limit. So it holds a lot. There's an old saying out there, if the tail is off the ground, you can still put more in it. So that's kind of the saying with the Navion, which is funny. But it's a very roomy aircraft. They were, again, designed in the 40s. Cars were big back then. So getting into the cockpit, it's very roomy. You're hardly rubbing shoulders or elbows with folks next to you. I know my wife, she enjoys the room inside the cockpit when we've flown in other airplanes. She's definitely sensed a little bit more of a cramped or claustrophobic environment, but at least with the Navion, a nice big wide cockpit, lots of windows, so you feel more in tune with the aircraft, and you feel like you're in a much bigger airplane than you actually are in. As far as the slow speed handling characteristics, again, it was designed to get in and out of short airfields, unimproved airstrips. So the stall speed is very low considering the size of the airplane and the weight of the aircraft. So that's another selling point of the aircraft is its short field capabilities despite its size. Seeing all those spectators out there watching and seeing the aircraft, it's a great sense of responsibility, but it's a great sense of pride as well, knowing that I'm able to be in the air show in some capacity is a huge blessing and a huge honor for me to be in. And seeing all those folks out there, it puts that sense of responsibility on me to make sure not only do I fly the aircraft safely, but be able to showcase the aircraft as best as possible and use the smoke as much as possible. That seems to be a crowd favorite, is the smoke.
And here we're looking at Tanner. Again, if you're just kind of joining us, we're looking at Tanner and his 1946 North American Navion named Olivia. The Navion was drafted into service by the U.S. Army and Air Force during the Korean conflict, and it was used as a liaison aircraft doing reconnaissance, artillery spotting, forward air control, and very important person and material transport. Among some of those very important people that have flown in a Navion include General Douglas MacArthur and General Matt Ridgway. Navions are very popular, very rugged airplane. They got excellent flying characteristics. Tanner's out there showing what he can do with this aircraft. It has the ability for short field, different weight carrying capabilities, and of course, its classic good looks, going back to its roots of intentionally designed to look and take advantage of the P-51 Mustang's history. All told, around 2,500-ish Navions were built between 1946 and 1950. About half of those are still in service today. Tanner, the pilot, also local, active duty lieutenant, flies in his day job T-45C Goshawks as an instructor, naval flight officer at Naval Air Station Pensacola, training naval flight officers there for VT-86 and training Air Wing 6. He got his license and has been flying commercially since 2006. Tanner's pretty active in the Young Eagles, speaking to the young adults about opportunities in aviation along with flying the military. And he likes to emphasize that nothing in life comes without hard work, dedication, and positive attitude. So those of you with kids in earshot, I'll give you a second to turn the volume up. We'll repeat that for all the youngsters out there. Nothing in life comes without hard work, dedication, and a positive attitude. Now, you heard my bio. Tanner flew in the E-18G Growler as an electronic warfare officer like I did up at Naval Air Station Woodby Island.
Veterans right guys are next. Yeah.
11 o'clock. So as advertised, right now the TFR should be being activated, or the temporary flight restriction. And again, that's for this air show, 5-mile circle right around the pier or center point and up to 15,000 feet. So again, that just sanitizes that airspace. So now only controlled aircraft can enter under control of Paul Entrikin, the air boss. His call sign's Bandit. Real neat individual. So he's on the radios now, running the show as the air boss. He was the first former Marine helicopter pilot, and then he got in the air show business over some 30 years ago, and very unique. Became the first civilian that flew a Russian MiG on the air show circuit. He flew a MiG-17 around at air shows and had just a phenomenal, fun career doing that. And now he is our air boss here at the Pensacola Beach Air Show. So the air boss, he's in charge of control of the airspace and the aircraft entering or exiting the TFR and the show box. So again, we got about 40 minutes until they're going to clear the folks out of the water, make sure all the boats and folks are out of the water and the boats are out of the show box to allow for the aircraft to come in and start doing their aerobatic maneuver. Now we got our eyes skyward and our ears perked up. waiting for that very distinctive sound of a Stearman. Should be expecting Veterans Flight to show up here shortly. And their Stearman Model 75s.
And now, Veterans Flight, honoring the greatest generation and American heroes for the last 75 years, is brought to you by Gulf Coast Industrial. Gulf Coast Industrial is part of a family of companies delivering safe, reliable solutions to our clients' unique challenges.
The Hellcat team here bringing all this to you. David's the owner and running the switchboard over there across from me with Mark. Then we got Casey and Kyle out there in the cameras bringing us these great shots. So big shout out to them here in Hellcat Productions. And there they are, a couple Stearmans coming in from Veterans Flight. Veterans Flight, great organization. So they do everything they can that veterans from World War II, Korea, Vietnam, they'll take them up and give them a flight in a Stearman. Stearman's a fun airplane to be in. Obviously, there as you see them, a biplane, and we're going to have a multitude of these aircraft fly over and different, or a couple in section there and different formations. It was used, the Stearmans were used as a military trainer aircraft with over 10,600 built in the United States during the 30s and the 40s. Widely known as the Stearman or the Boeing Stearman or Cadet. It was the primary trainer for the United States Air Forces and United States Navy. Also, the Royal Canadian Air Force used it, and that's where the Cadet name came in throughout World War II. And after the conflict was over, thousands of the surplus aircraft were sold on the civilian market. And immediate post-war, a lot of use by those civilians that bought them up were used as crop dusters, sports planes, aerobatic wing walkers, and use even today as we see in air shows. Very, very neat airplane, a large fixed tail wheel undercarriage. You can accommodate two people. So in the trainer setup, you'd have a student and an instructor, both in open cockpits sitting tandem. So as they fly by and we get tighter shots, you'll see people kind of sitting there in a tandem. It's got a radial engine, usually uncowled, although some of the Stearman operators chose to cowl their engine later. For example, the Red Baron Stearman Squadron, if you've ever seen them in action, they had their engines cowled. If you're a movie buff, and this one is a throwback, but North by Northwest, an airplane that chased Cary Grant across the field, was the plane that chased him across the field, and then that hits the truck. That was a Stearman. Just a beautiful sounding engine as they fly over, and I had the treat to fly in one once, and it was neat climbing in because you don't appreciate the basics of an aircraft until you're in it, and then it makes a lot of sense of why it would be there. But yeah, unless your feet are kind of up on the rudders, you're essentially standing on your feet are just on two skis, and you can kind of see underneath those skis to see the cables and the other flight controls moving the airplane. And just a real neat sensation of that biplane moving through the air, and the feel of flight. You can feel all the air. You can hear the rush of the wind. After it was built and pitched to the Navy and the Army Air Forces as a trainer, it was chosen because of its wonderful characteristics to be a training aircraft. Incredibly strong. They easily withstood the stress of spins, loops, and not that student naval aviators or student Army Air Force aviators are known for botched landings or hard landings. But this aircraft was designed and able to withstand a lot of that too. So, um, capable of sending some incredible positive and negative G's. And it's a steel tube fuselage, then wrapped in fabric. So that was also great for protection against serious injury. Should a flight go poorly and you end up on the wrong side of a successful landing, but one that at least you can walk away from. And many a student pilot walked away from a botched landing in a Stearman because of that steel tube fuselage. And you think of the volume of what we face today in training compared to back to the World War II volume, and just the demand that was on Stearmans. More than 250,000 pilots were trained for the Army, Air Corps, and the Navy during World War II. And the Stearman being leaned on to do all that training. Most of those aviators, when they were getting trained, that training included about 60 hours of flight training over a 9-week period. So, a lot of use of the Stearmans. The ones you see flying today, these are all manufactured between 1941 and 1945. Obviously, work and upkeep done on them since. Most probably still Airshow. I'm sure some are still out there as prop dusters, but more modern airplanes I know have replaced Stearmans for most of the workload aircraft. There's approximately 1,000 Stearmans currently registered in the United States. For a reference of scale, as you're looking at them, about 24 feet 9 inches long. Wingspan's just a little bit bigger than length, 32 feet on a wingspan, and they sit 9 feet off the ground. Maximum speed, a world famous 135 miles per hour, usually cruising around 95 to 100. Its service ceiling can get all the way up to 13,000 feet, which again above up and around 10,000 feet. We are more worried about ourselves with oxygen and able to breathe with thinner air up there. But please enjoy these last couple passes here of the Stearmans and the veteran.
Already been introduced. So you could just jump on you can put that on if you want, or just have it nearby. Up to you. I like the shirt you got on. Wear that one.
That's a great tight shot there of the section passing by, and here's a couple more with their smoke going so the crowd can easily identify them in the air. And the treat continues, not just the sweet sounding sounds of a Stearman engine. You're about to be joined here as John Fizzle Fay has rolled in. So the sweet sounds of Fizzle's voice will be additive to our broadcast here on Hellcat Production, the 2025 Air Show at the beach. Good to see you, Fizzle. How are you, my friend?
Glad to be here.
Man, you came with,
This is
look
great.
at that. Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
So, John, as we're watching these Stearman fly by, I kind of explained earlier from my history, but I know from your bio that people know that you were tied to the Blues, and I just bring that up for this conversation because of your frequency doing air shows. So explain kind of a TFR and how that gets established, but then the show box
Sure.
and being able to do aerobatics within the show box and how that doesn't necessarily encompass the same area. So already throughout the TFR here is 5 miles, 15,000 feet, and a show box, you know, inside of here off the pier and kind of the buoys to the shoreline. Curious from that and for our listeners, how standardized were TFRs and show boxes for an air show with your experience going around and seeing it?
Yeah, for at least for the Blue Angels show, we actually have a 5 nautical mile TFR, and in some instances, if the density altitude was high enough, then we'd end up having a 7 nautical mile TFR in certain instances. For Blue Angels air shows, you could have a 1,500-foot show line or 1,200-foot show line in some instances. Again, density, altitude, elevation, things like that would be significant drivers for that, as well as the orientation of a runway or a beach line, whatever would keep the crowd safely away to, you know, to have the most entertaining yet safe flight demonstration. Here, we've got a 1,500-foot show line, and you can see out on the pier, you've got a yellow marker for that, and then a yellow marker on the pier for the 500-foot show line, which is actually where the sneak is executed. So that's going to be the closest that they'll get to show line at lowest and at least closest for that.
And when you're saying that too, just aviation background, but not as much air show experience and background, I would guess, confirm for me or not, that the TFR in that show box probably then going based on who has the most dynamic aircraft that needs the most room. When you brought up density altitude, going off of probably readdressing the formation or being able to do things where you start losing flight characteristics of your aircraft if the density altitude's higher. So I probably just set that for the site for the one that needs it the most, and then everyone else is able to operate inside of it.
Yeah, I mean, the boss will be the one driving that. They actually have what's called a burner stop on boss's aircraft, and that's going to set the amount of afterburner that the boss can go to. So it's basically limiting the boss so that the wingmen have additional power to play with, because you can always come off lighter on the throttles. You can't you can't go, if you're at max, you can't go any further. So the idea being that boss will never be in a position where he can outpace all the wingmen. They'll now have enough ability to catch up or safely clear if they need to.
Well, that's important, right? That's important.
And density altitude is huge in that.
Did you ever
really
have
is.
a situation, and I say that with the B-1 flying today, big aircraft, right? Very maneuverable, afterburner capability. Did you ever have a situation where when you guys showed up a show site, you weren't the and I know we're talking about getting a bigger, but I'll use the term limiting factor in terms of setting up a TFR in a show box?
Oh goodness, I'm sure there have been instances. Luckily being a headliner, a lot of times you get to drive a lot of the decisions.
Sure.
I don't mean that as we always said in the Blue Angels, it was a starting point was prima donna, and you had to have enough character and integrity to walk people back from that. We worked very hard to make sure that was the case. I hope that we performed and executed that way so that people left with that taste in their mouth. But certainly, as the headlining act, we had a lot of ability to drive the parameters that we needed. But sure, you bring in stealth aircraft and others like that, there could be some factors that might influence it. Do we have two sources? Text that too. You need me to text that. So this will be
The flybys from NAS Pensacola and the Wildcats from Squadron VT-10 and the 8 balls from Helicopter Training Squadron HT-8 from Whiting Field. Brought to you by Wings Pensacola at 409 South Navy Boulevard, flywings.com.
Okay. Do we have two sixes? Did they show up?
That comfort goes a long way in terms of people's ability to perform.
Would you say that's the best upgrade that they received with that aircraft? Or at least the most appreciated?
Well,
Echo
probably
that.
most appreciated by the
President, CEO.
instructor pilots if they're doing if they're doing 2-3 flights a day, right?
For sure.
The neat thing, so my time in Training Wing 6 and in your closeness to that, Fizzle, seeing the changes too with technology, something different from what I had to what you even had to what now, and being able to incorporate so much more, from things like ForeFlight to GPS to virtual mission systems, to actually, on Naval Flight Officer training side, do virtual missile runs, bomb runs to the 73, being able to incorporate a lot more things now at a crawl level. So when they hit the fleet and they're running in a helicopter, in that case off a carrier, they're already a lot more adept at those mission
Right.
sets and all.
Yeah, I mean, let's face it. Most, our fleet aviators, they're going out the stick and rudder skills. That's a given when you're out in the fleet. You have to learn it for your type model series, but now you're going to be performing tactics with weapon systems and all, and so that digital cockpit setup definitely helps. I'm sure. Although a challenge as an instructor is making sure that you're getting back to the basics and the good old steam gauge days. You still have to train to that because you never know. A failure may lead you to where you're relying on the most basic of instruments.
Oh yeah, yeah. And I even my old salty age, the first time I had an opportunity to go fly in a T6 Bravo, didn't have any T6s today, and we know they opened the show with the T73 or TH73s yesterday from VT3 up at Naval Air Station Whiting. So T6 Texan, primary aircraft trainer. When I hopped in the Bravo the first time coming back here, and the same thing, multifunction displays, glass screens. I almost sat there for a second going, is this too much information for a new student to
Right.
have thrown at you, right?
No doubt.
Well, there we go. A couple T6s. So we did have some T6s come in
Yeah.
and nice blue color. So thanks to VT3 for flying the new jets. It's a modification and works. All the historically training aircraft in the U.S. Navy have been painted orange and white, but the T6s are all being modified kind of as a tip of the cap to World War II in terms of a World War II all blue era style, and all the T-45 training for pilots and naval flight officers are going to an all gray paint scheme.
It's a really cool concept. Was it, did a student help with that or was it one of the instructors? I think I saw an article on that.
They had a big meeting, kind of talked about different designs, and I think it was kind of a multitude of inputs. But I know that there was some different discussions going on and kind of how to honor history and how to get the aircraft to be more fleet-like.
Right.
Are you looking for a unique restaurant experience? It's Calvert's in the Heights, a one-of-a-kind English-themed restaurant and pub with stunning views of Escambia Bay. Enjoy delicious cuisine from British fare to American bar foods to fresh home-cooked meals. Or stop into the pub for a great selection of beers, liquors, and wines. You'll find it all at Calvert's. Don't miss the Red, White, and Blues watch party, Saturday, July 12th, 10:30 till 3. Replace the heat and traffic with cold AC and frosty drinks and the Blue Angels Airshow on the big screen. Calvert's in the Heights, 670 Scenic Highway.
Today my dreams are taking flight. I'm going Mach speed in a fighter jet. I'm landing on a supercarrier. I'm flying a secret mission deep behind enemy lines.
And we're making some special memories too.
Today, we're letting our inspiration soar. We're getting hands-on with incredible feats of engineering. We're having fun imagining the life of a Top Gun and discovering the real stories from 100 years of naval aviation. Today is our day to be inspired at the National Naval Aviation Museum.
Today I'm traveling on the wings of history. I'm returning to where my aviation journey began and sharing the moment with others who understand. I'm reliving a world that has changed so much. Today is my day to remember.
From thrilling, hands-on experiences to historical insights, the National Naval Aviation Museum is where dreams take flight.
The National Naval Aviation Museum is where I can dream.
It's where we can be inspired.
And where I come to remember.
Excuse me, mister, do you know what plane that is?
Well, yes, that's the Avenger. But my buds called it the Turkey.
The Naval Aviation Museum. Dream, inspire, remember. Visit navalaviationmuseum.org to plan your visit today.
Foil Forward, promoting sustainable hydrofoil implementation in sailing, recreational boats, and commercial transportation, serving consumers, industry, and education.
It's the Summer of America sales event going on now at Step 1 Automotive Group. Save thousands on more than 1,500 vehicles in stock. Or upgrade your ride for summer with no payments until the fall. Stop by one of our 9 locations in the Panhandle or visit us online at step1automotive.com. Are you a first responder, teacher, or military? Get our Hometown Heroes offer for a total $1,500 discount. The Summer of America sales event. 1,500 vehicles, 9 locations, step1automotive.com.
You want to live the dream? You can at 5 Sabine Drive on Pensacola Beach. The Blues fly here and yachts dock here. Realtor Kathy Tanner has provided excellent service in Northwest Florida for close to 30 years. Tanner Realty in the heart of Old Seville at 421 East Zaragoza. She specializes in Pensacola Beach, Gulf Breeze, and the downtown historic district, and right now has a hobby farm and acreage for sale in Milton near Whiting Field. Give Kathy a call, 850-982-0755, if you're looking for something extraordinary.
All right, and what do we got now? Here comes the Coast Guard. H-65 helicopter, Coast Guard assets. I believe this one is actually from the Coast Guard unit out in New Orleans, but we are supported here at Pensacola by Coast Guard Aviation Training Center in Mobile, Alabama. So there's one in Mobile too and one in New Orleans. So similar missions. Mobile is a little bit more of a training aspect, and Coast Guard comes. They've been here annually for the last probably decade, I think, if I can remember right. And a real neat show and demonstration of their ability to come in and fly the MH-65 Dolphin and do some put a swim in. They're about to put a swim in the water to show some of their search and rescue capabilities. Obviously, that's very near and dear to a lot of people's home with the recent tragedy in Texas. I know there's a Coast Guard rescue swimmer who had over 160 saves, and that just goes to the professionalism of this unit and what they can do. The standardization between the pilots and the swimmer, getting someone down off of a helicopter. You think of the dynamics involved in that, and then conducting a rescue and helping someone else. Coast Guard also flies MH-60 Jayhawks, variant of the MH-60 the Navy, and the Army flies a C-130 Hercules. And if you were here earlier paying attention, there was also a CH-144, Ocean Sentry that was kind of flying up and down the beach. But here it is coming into a hover to kick a swimmer out.
Yeah, Mongo, we talk a lot about AORs, area responsibility in the military. Well, the Coast Guard, I guess, has over 95,000 miles of shoreline with an additional 25,000 that they monitor in the continental United States for rivers as well. So lots of area that they go out and protect and serve.
Yeah, and the Dolphin helicopter that we're watching there is we're trying to spy some flippers and our swimmer to come out the door. Certified for operation all weather and nighttime operations. Save, which most helicopters you get low. I don't like it either, and even in an airplane, icing conditions. So they'll avoid icing conditions for the most part. They have over 100 H-65s in inventory, and it is the Coast Guard's primary helicopter for deployments on certified cutters. Range of around 290 nautical miles and a max speed of 175 knots. There's some flippers coming out. I always thought that was interesting from the aerodynamics speak when you talk max speeds of platforms, and the realization when you're starting talking about a helicopter, you got to be very conscious of the rotor speed because you can't out go faster than your rotors coming forward, right? Aerodynamically impossible.
Just beating the air into submission.
Yep. There we go. Swimmers in the water. So that was a free fall deployment from the rescue swimmer to the water. When the helicopter backs away, kind of simulating that rescue swimmer going and finding the person that needs some saving and giving some signals. And then they'll lower the cable. And that cable can be used to either assist the swimmer getting out with a victim or equipment. And they're just through the flare to probably let the helicopter know ready for pickup. And then the helicopter will come back in, lower the cable. They could do a cable descent also, but a lot of times with the helicopter, you'll see that just to keep the rescue swimmer immediately free of the cable, just do a free fall. A tight shot there of the swimmer, a little thumbs up. Come and get me. You can see them swimming over. They drop the cable, make sure the cable hits the water first. Discharge, you get a lot of static electricity being built up underneath that helicopter when it's in a hover. So making sure that cable hits the water first, and then the swimmer will swim over and hook up. Yep. There we go, a little thumb up. There the rescue swimmer goes, giving everybody a wave here at Pensacola. The one person on the beach right now that's nice and refreshed. Our area here in the Northwest Florida is all under and Fizzle, you talked about the amount of coastline that we have and that the breadth that the Coast Guard has to go and protect. Also involved in environmental protection, homeland security, right beyond just search and rescue. But we're under the 8th Coast Guard District, which is in New Orleans, and their area of responsibility is from the Louisiana-Texas border all the way to the eastern edge of the northwest Florida Panhandle.
America's maritime first responders right there. I'll tell you a real tribute to the water survival training that we all get as naval aviators. I'm sure all the other services do some form as well. I could have sworn that back in our day with initial flight training, when we did water survival training, that we actually did a helicopter pickup. But I don't recall. I may have created that in my mind just from the realism created with all the years of swim physiology and all, but it felt so real. But I swear that we did one out in the bay at NES Pensacola.
I do remember something that I went through that no longer is in use, just with the advances that they can do in the pool with technology, but we called it the personnel carrier instead of an aircraft carrier. But it was, I don't know, about a 50-foot boat, flat deck with a big mesh screen, because they throw a parachute up on you. So it was really glorified parasailing. bunch of speedboats would be coming around, so you'd be in all your flight gear. They'd throw the parachute up, a speedboat would come, hook you up, and then pull you up in the air over Escambia Bay. And glorified parasailing, because you don't see this too often parasailing, but intentionally then you'd hit the levers to disconnect and parachute into the bay. My funny story was, as I was coming down, I looked down in the water, and since I have the mic, it definitely was a shark. I mean, it could have been a dolphin, I guess, but there was something in the water that I was going at least 15 feet, right?
It gets bigger every year.
And, I went into the water and my feet hit whatever it was, and I could feel in the water it swim away from me. The little pickup boat could not come fast enough to get me up out of the water.
You had the fastest time.
Like Jaws was coming. And we're going to take a little break here. I know that 1140 is coming up, so they're going to clear the water. I can hear the life flight helicopter coming up, and they're going to be going up and down, getting people out of the water, getting ready for the show box to be TFR in and everybody out of the water, and kick this air show off with some jet engines.
It's the Summer of America sales event going on now at Step 1 Automotive Group.
You want
Save
to live the
thousands on more
dream?
than
You
1,500
can at
vehicles
5
in
Sabine
stock.
Drive
Or
on
upgrade your
Pensacola
ride for
Beach.
summer with
The
no
Blues
payments
fly
until the
here
fall.
and yachts
Stop by
dock
one of our
here.
9 locations in the Panhandle or visit us online at step1automotive.com. Are you a first responder, teacher, or military? Get our Hometown Heroes offer for a total $1,500 discount. The Summer of America sales event. 1,500 vehicles, 9 locations, step1automotive.com.
You good? Yeah, I think I'm okay. Thank you. You know, I mean, honestly, I really don't have
The hometown show again, especially my third and final year, spending the 7th year and being out on the beach, getting to hear the crowd and getting to interact and do all of that is special. What makes it extra cool is as we talk to our maintenance officer, as we clear the crowd line and she's giving the solos, the grades, we can hear the screams and the shouts in the background, which is special. And then on top of that, I'll give you my favorite maneuver is the opposing horizontal rolls. So solos point each other, we'll do 2 rolls, and then we'll clear straight up and then pull inverted over top of the crowd. I always tell Buddy in the 6th jet, I'm like, hey, this is our one chance. While you're upside down, just hang there for a quick second, look down to the beach, and just take it in. And just that one quick pause, and then we're right back into the show. So it's special. It's home for us. So Pensacola's been home for 3 years. This is the longest I've ever been stationed anywhere. And then also, starting flight school here, and I have my family here, and my kids are going to grow up and they're going to remember Pensacola kind of as their first home. So it makes it extra special. So this year when I finish my tour of the Blue Angels in November, I'm going to move back to Virginia Beach, Virginia. And then as long as the command slate goes as it is, I'll eventually become the executive officer of VFA 31 in Oceana. This entire team, there are no backups from every position that we have. If boss is sick, we're not going flying. If 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, any one of us, everyone is critical to this flight demonstration. So no backups. There's a couple key positions that we can't perform without, and that one of those being boss. For the solos, a high show, if we go to a low show or anything else, we only miss out on one maneuver from just the solo portion. We'll miss out on the opposing vertical pitch, which is always a fun maneuver. I prefer high show, but there is something that's always fun about a flat show. So if the clouds are down at 1,000 feet, the solos, we are now below 1,000 feet the entire time, raging around. So there is something that's fun about that. This town is just so special, and we go to 32 different cities a year, two shows here, and this is the only location that gets 2 air shows. There's just something special that's about the local public and the support and the love that we feel. Because we feel that, I think there's a little bit extra special that the intangible that goes into the show, and hopefully the crowd feels that as well. From the solo profile, the profile is kind of the profile. We can adjust things like 6 occasionally. We'll bring the sneak down to the museum and those things. And when you look at the mission of the Blue Angels, we're showcasing the teamwork and professionalism to the United States public. If we do that way over here, sometimes they don't get to see all that. So there's a couple things that we can kind of place over in front of the museum crowd to give them a little extra special show. Family and friends, I'll tell you, actually, when we start up these airplanes and that canopy closes, there could be 100,000 people there, or there could be 10 people there. And then you just kind of got to get in the zone. And it is just pure business and flying because the precision in which we have to execute doesn't allow your mind to really wander. And that's when I tell 6, I was like, hey, in the opposing horizontal rolls, this is the one split second where you get a chance to just kind of think about it, and then we got to compartmentalize, tuck that away, and then get right back into the next maneuver, which is actually the sneak pass. Yeah, welcome to Pensacola, home of the Blue Angels.
One thing I did take away as I was looking around yesterday when we got a little sneak peek at the film is every single one of us in a blue suit was actually still critiquing our formations up there. Every single one of us, whether they admitted it or not, they sure did. And they're like, oh man, I was out of position there. But that's what this team's about. It's about finding our mistakes, owning them, and then still revisiting it 2 years later because you can never get away from it, right? So that's what it's about, finding that and constantly seeking perfection. I think Chewie nailed, I'm going to butcher his quote at the end, but it's those little moments that you're finally finding that perfection. And those are the moments that you're going to take away. And I think you said it in the last 3 to 4 minutes of the film or so.
Last 5 to 6.
Sure. But that is those little things, and that's kind of what we're striving to do. And you got to see a little bit in the movie, but that we would spend hours and hours and hours of our life critiquing ourselves, starting with ourselves, before we'd even talk about how we affected that team. So that's kind of cool.
And folks, today we're going to highlight the Blue Angel takeoff maneuver as they get ready to get airborne. They're taking off from Forrest Sherman Field, NAS Pensacola, right out in front of the National Naval Aviation Museum. Watch as the smoke comes on and the Blues begin to roll. Number 3 is off to the left wing, 2 and 4 off to the right. And in just a moment as they lift off, you'll see number 4 sliding to the left into that slot position. And from that position, as soon as he knows everyone is safely airborne, he will call gear up. And then the boss will start the climb. They're going to be going into what's called a half Cuban 8 on takeoff. Boss will climb the formation up to about 8,500 feet. And as he continues the climb, he'll reach about 9,500 feet over the top, completing what's called a half Cuban 8. They must remain below 10,000 feet. That is the altitude that they are restricted to. And as they come over the top, you'll see the boss begin to roll the aircraft into the upright position, and they're going to come back across the field. This time they'll reach about 500 feet of altitude right in front of the show audience. And they'll be doing about 435 miles per hour as they cross in front of the audience. And then they're on the way to the left side where they will complete the formation takeoff by doing what's called a burner loop. All the aircraft, the FA-18 Hornets, will go into afterburner as they start the climb, and they will complete a total loop. And then the audience gets ready because the solos are getting ready to take off. Watch the aircraft closest to us. That's the lead solo. He's going to lift off. He's going to climb to about 300 feet of altitude, staying in what's called the dirty configuration, completing a dirty loop. Gear and flaps, you're going to stay down. That's why we call it dirty. Watch this. There comes the dirty roll right now. And now get ready to watch the opposing solo. He's staying down in the weeds. He's going to pick up a speed of about 385 miles per hour. And then he's going to climb straight up into what's called an Immelman maneuver. And he'll climb to about 4,000 feet. And once he gets on top of the Immelman, he will roll about 270 degrees as he exits the formation. And that's the way the Blue Angels take off.
I think it's less is more in a lot of ways. I mean, I have a different mode. I mean, I got to go. So, I mean, so for instance,
You're streaming the Naval Aviation Museum Foundation's Pensacola Beach Red, White, and Blues Air Show, brought to you by the Naval Aviation Museum Foundation, Step 1 Automotive, and by Navy Federal Credit Union. And now, here are your hosts, Scott Janik and John Fay.
All right, here we are back at the beach, 2025 Homecoming Air Show with Hellcat Productions. Again, situated conveniently right on center point. When you see us in the camera, John Fizzle Fay and I, we got the Coast Guard buoy tending ship right off our shoulders, and that is center point out in the water for the aircraft. Waiting for a little teaser for the crowd. A B1, which isn't a normal participant here at the Pensacola Beach Air Show, but a B1's going to be flying in and getting the crowd warmed up with some of its awesome sound from the turbofan 4 engines that it's got. I think I hear it now. There you go, going afterburner and a little right-hand turn over the crowd, off to the west. Letting everybody here in Pensacola know it's air show time.
see the bone.
Yeah, funny how the B1, for those that don't know, long-range multi-mission supersonic conventional bomber, and we'll talk more about it later when it is going to come back and do a little demonstration. But just to kind of talk why people hear B1 and bone, I always did think that was kind of a funny administrative story where someone wrote down 1 for B1, O-N-E, instead of just putting the number 1 on some document somewhere, and thus became the bone, B-O-N-E. How nicknames come about.
Yeah, it's crazy to see when you see it up close how high they sit too. You know, the landing gear, it's probably 8 feet tall or something. I mean, it's really up there. And then the crew climbing in with ejection seat capable, all 4 crew members.
Yep.
2 offensive, 2 defensive, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, you got 2 pilots and you got the I think it's navigator and a EWO, right? Electronic warfare, but offensive, defensive person running it. That is a sleek looking airplane. And you say it sits high. I recall the first time that I flew at a base where B-1s were present also. And we ended up in the Prowler, EA-6B Prowler I was in, taxiing behind them. And you get behind that aircraft, and it really becomes apparent how it is all engine. I mean,
Were you smelling it?
two big engines, and then the rest, just the gracefulness of the tail and the wings. And they're just sitting there, but very, very high off the ground, like you said, to get because those turbofans are
Delivering an incredible amount of ordnance. I think those that call in close air support really like the B-1.
Absolutely. That should kick it off. I know the helicopter landed. We're still got the B-1 in the camera there, just arcing around. But next up, we should also have the opener of the show. So if we take a peek out there somewhere, we're trying to track down the Red Bull Air Force flying their helicopter, from which a couple skydivers are going to drop, one of them with the American flag. And they'll be doing the national anthem over at over by the radio center point. I hear a helicopter now. That must be Red Bull.
Today's opening performance from Team Red Bull, sponsored by Step One Automotive
news,
Group. Step One Automotive Group, based in Florida with an unwavering commitment to excellence. Dealerships in Pensacola, Fort Walton, and Crestview. It's Step One Automotive.
So I just saw the jumper out, so their jumper of the Red Bull is out, deploying the American flag, and they'll be kicking off the national anthem to kick off the air show. Yeah, and they're right overhead as I took a peek outside in the landing area for the parachute. It's right here next to the lifeguard station. We'll kind of pause and just kind of watch this, knowing the national anthem is playing. So those that are within earshot of that being sung and or want to give respects, we'll just let you watch the flag come down and touch earth.
Others rolling in. Picture of your campaign flying. Yeah, sure. Great.
Nicely done, Red Bull. That is always neat to watch, and beyond just the tribute to America and the greatness of our country, I've always wondered the feeling for a parachutist with a big old flag out behind them, kind of tied onto their feet. What that must feel like in the air.
Patriotic.
Absolutely. And there's a Red Bull helicopter doing a little victory roll for America. I know they will come back, and you and I are just going to have to take everything we know about physics and aerodynamics when that helicopter comes back for its demonstration and just put it aside.
Yeah, suspend reality for a moment. I'll probably be looking the whole time, just in awe with my mouth open. These guys get after it.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Doing a little tumble there, coming in for a little spin, right back down by the pier. You can hear in the background the crowd starting to get that energy, the national anthem. Now Red Bull giving us a teaser, getting fired up, aren't we, Fizzle?
Sure are. It's going to be a beautiful day. Perfect for it. And not a better act to set it off. Inverted sneak over the pier.
Yeah, the visibility is great today. You see the sun glinting off the wings and how the light's catching the smoke. There's a Red Bull chopper coming in to land. I know they're just going here for a couple minutes, and then they're gonna open the door back up for the B1 to come in.
Talk about a sensation. Going up to a complete stall and falling backwards. That has to be a real unique sensation.
Yeah, always amazed by what we see at an air show, and knowing that majority of these maneuvers are maneuvers that most aviators can do in aircraft. Just very, very rarely this low altitude, right? Unless you're at an air show. Obviously, an airplane like this, that type of maneuver there with the multiple rolls or a hammerhead or the tumbles, not every aircraft can do that. And the other thing that always kind of just puts me in awe is the amount of time they're doing this in inverted flight.
Right. Probably equal amounts, if not more time inverted than upright. It'd be interesting to see the G meter for them. See the accelerometer and what all they put it through. Some sort of diagnostic after after each flight. It's cool to see how lean they travel too. They've got like 2 people that work on the aircraft and keep them all upright and going. It's a pretty lean operation. And they do it quite a bit throughout the year. Multiple events.
Let alone transit time, right? From air show site to air show site. And it's a relative mix, isn't it, with air show pilots of who will ferry their own aircraft to a next air show site, vice have pilots on staff that will do the ferrying.
Yep. It's we're a group of carnies together.
There we go. A loop around the Coast Guard ship, giving the boat line a little bit of the action also.
Got the B1 in the background.
Their smoke is off and heading out, so now the crowd is going to get entertained here shortly, unless Red Bull comes back. I don't think they're just recentering off of show center. I think that was their teaser. So we'll see if that B1 comes back. Yep, see him off there, off outside of the boat, straight off the pier. You ever have a chance to get a ride in one of those aerobatic type airplanes? I know there's some out there, 2-seaters. You ever have the opportunity if someone took you up to?
I didn't. I wish I had a better answer as to why I didn't, other than just, I guess, to say that I was probably taking care of other,
Yeah,
other
you're pretty
things.
busy. You're
But
pretty busy.
if the opportunity were to come up, I'm sure I would have found definitely found a way to do it. I don't know. Seeing that they pull 10 positive G's and 10 negative G's, I might be better served having not flown with them.
Right. You see, if you ever get the chance, eat a very big breakfast.
That's right. Bananas.
We are just being treated to a perfect day for an air show, weather-wise.
Looks like the least amount of wind we've had over the last couple of days as well. If you look at center point, the flag's kind of sitting pretty still. So interesting to see how that'll affect all the performances.
Yeah, and I sat in on the brief yesterday, and it was great to hear the aviators have a discussion as we're kind of seeing that view of the pier, and you can kind of see the water. And you bring up a good point with the wind, and that is a challenge over a water air show, is depending on what's going on the surface of the water, that visibility when you're doing your maneuvers and looking down and not having potentially a ground reference. If it's really calm and flat surface and you can see through the water and you lose that perspective of where the surface is,
Right.
it can be quite a potentially a hazard, right?
Yeah, you definitely prefer a much more visible horizon. And then I know I'm interested. Hopefully, if the wind does lay low, it's really interesting how that affects the high alpha. You get to see really slow flight as long as you don't have that tailwind. Last couple of days they've had a tailwind, so it'll be nice to see some calm winds and their ability to really achieve that slow flight.
All right, and here comes your B1 bone. Starting off a little figure 8 pattern over the crowd. As we talked about, B1, a long-range, multi-mission supersonic conventional bomber. It's been with the U.S. Air Force since 1985. Currently going to plan to keep flying it past 2040. Built by Boeing. It was originally designed for nuclear strikes, but the B-1 switched to an exclusively conventional combat role in the mid-1990s. And just to give you kind of a little sense of that B-1 and the size, wingspan 137 feet. So your Wright brothers on the first flight ever could have conducted that flight on the wingspan of the B-1, because what did they 120 feet, right, was the first flight, and the B-1's wingspan, which you can really pick up there in that shot with the wing spread, 137 feet. So swept wing design, so the wings can be out, providing more lift, slower flight, and then get swept back for faster supersonic flight.
I'm seeing here a total payload of over 75,000 pounds in ordnance. To be able to deliver that at supersonic flight, pretty remarkable.
Yeah, and to get that ordnance, that amount of weight, those 4 big engines, each engine capable of 30,000 pounds of thrust in afterburner. So with the ordnance gas and everything else, around 190,000 pounds weight. That's heavy. And with a range just shy of 5,000 miles, this aircraft actually out of Texas. So they flew out here, haven't landed. They flew out, orbited, did the teaser. Now they're doing the demo, and they'll fly back to
Dias.
The B-1 traditionally larger aircraft have a yoke and throttles. B-1 actually has a fighter type stick and throttles. So the two pilots in the front actually have a fighter type stick for that aircraft.
With a range like that, and only the crew of four, all four having some form of duty, well, you can imagine what a crew day, you know.
Absolutely. Yeah, and again, you add in the ability to refuel to extend that range, right? So yeah, they could stay airborne for quite a long time. You better be close with your buddies, right?
That's right.
Should be setting up for a high-speed pass. I see people binoculars looking off to our left, out to the east. It looks like it's coming down the beach line from the east. It's coming into view there, and if it's doing its high-speed pass, expecting to see the wings swept back. Kind of three main Strategic Air Command, the Bomber Force, and the Air Force, kind of three main bombers filling roles. The B-1, which we're seeing here today, B-52 Stratus Fortress, and then with recent world events, and kind of famous for the B-2 stealth bomber. But those kind of three aircraft filling the role as heavy bombers for the Air Force. And yeah, here it comes, high-speed pass. Advertised speed, again, rare for a big bomber like that to be able to go over Mach 1, but advertised speed for the B-1 is Mach 1.2 at sea level. As it's circling around, I had a little misspeak. I cheated the B-1 out of some capability. I said 190,000 pounds. That's just aircraft weight. When you get fuel and ordnance in it, max takeoff weight for this aircraft, 477,000 pounds. Perspective, a Super Hornet max takeoff weight is more around 60,000 pounds. I'm scrubbing off my NATOPS knowledge correct.
Gutsy move.
477,000 pounds for max takeoff weight. That's a lot of gas and a lot of ordnance. I was going to call the Air Force. I'd say send 4 B-1s for a demo. Allow for this repositioning.
Yeah.
Just put 2 on each side of the show and just have them go back and forth, high-speed pass.
Just do faster. Just do run-ins each way. Constantly rattling the beach.
Here it comes again. Coming in from the left.
Like a rocket. Saw a little bit of vapor forming.
Yeah. There we got it there on the camera. See the cans lit and vapor on top. And I'm guessing with that climb right there, that's probably the last pass of the B1 today. And tip of the cap to the Air Force for supporting us here at the Pensacola Beach Air Show. And again, I know just from hearing conversations, a lot of teamwork went into getting the conversation started with the Air Force and then getting support of the B1 to come out and support the air show. So thank you, U.S. Air Force.
Mongo, do their Wizzos still receive training here? At least initial training?
Yeah, so here at NAS Pensacola, there's Training Wing 6, which is all U.S. Navy flight officers, so weapons system officer training. And there's a mirror image Air Force Command, the 479th Training Wing. So all their electronic warfare officers and weapon system officers for the B-52, the B-1, the F-15 Strike Eagle, all get trained here at Pensacola. It's Air Force training. It's an Air Force wing with a couple squadrons, and they do Air Force training here to train those people to go do those jobs.
Today, we're letting our inspiration soar. We're getting hands-on with incredible feats of engineering and learning about the heroes who pioneered the technology. We're having fun imagining the life of a Top Gun and discovering the real stories from 100 years of naval aviation. Today is our day to be inspired at the National Naval Aviation Museum.
Visit navalaviationmuseum.org to plan your visit today.
Are you looking for a unique restaurant experience? It's Calvert's in the Heights, a one-of-a-kind English-themed restaurant and pub with stunning views of Escambia Bay. Enjoy delicious cuisine from British fare to American bar foods to fresh home-cooked meals. Or stop into the pub for a great selection of beers, liquors, and wines. You'll find it all at Calvert's. Don't miss the Red, White, and Blues watch party, Saturday, July 12th, 10:30 till 3. Replace the heat and traffic with cold AC and frosty drinks and the Blue Angels air show on the big screen. Calvert's in the Heights, 670 Scenic Highway.
The American champion decathlon aerobatic aircraft, flown by R.J. Gritter, is brought to you by Tanner Realty of Northwest Florida, specializing in Pensacola Beach Gulfront, deep water boating locations, large parcels, and luxury rentals. They will find your home across Northwest Florida.
I think we got RJ overhead. All right, and as you heard, here we got RJ Gritter flying the decathlon. Real beautiful paint scheme on this aircraft when you catch it here when the sun glints off this red, white, and blue paint scheme. He's doing his maneuvers. RJ is a son of a test pilot, and his mom was a flight instructor. So aviation runs in his blood. He's been, as you'd expect, been in the airplane his entire life. Grew up in North Carolina. He started flying. Mom and Dad had him flying before he could see over the instrument panel. Always neat to hear a story like that. He soloed in his aircraft on his 16th birthday, so probably went and did that before he got his driver's license.
That's right. It's getting after it. About a 10-minute act. Back flips, hammerheads, snap rolls, high G turns. Great job by the Hellcat productions team and keeping the camera focused on them. No easy act to follow.
And his aircraft, Cathlon, it's arguably the most popular aerobatic trainer in history. It was upgraded with inverted fuel and oil systems and has nearly symmetrical wing, so it allows the outside and the inverted maneuvers to happen with relative ease when you get that nearly symmetrical wing. Max speeds 180 miles per hour. G limits are +6 to -5, which is needed for aerobatic maneuvers. Got to meet RJ yesterday, real nice guy, and apparently a lot of his love and his desire to do this was through radio controlled flying. He got into RC flying and was really having a lot of fun doing that stuff. Obviously, he had his roots in flying aviation, like we talked about with his family and him flying. But he decided to turn that into him doing it in the airplane live, not just standing out on the ground with a controller. Fizzle, you were saying a newbie to the Pensacola Beach Air Show scene, right?
I am. It's actually the first full show I've seen.
Yeah. So as RJ is performing his first, you're really seeing your first. As the former executive officer of the Blues, you were busy doing prep and maybe in a car right about now.
Yeah, actually,
right?
What was really enjoyable about the Pensacola Beach show is we take a boat over.
Okay.
So we have a chartered vessel that we depart from the Coast Guard station and come over. They're probably pulling in very soon, and we'll get a police escort. Then from over by the marina over by Peg Legs.
Okay.
Nice little police escort. Cool to see, how packed the beach gets. It really puts it in perspective. You're able to kind of text that back to the home team that's wrapping up the brief, and you just give them a little bit of encouragement that it's going to be a great day and that everyone out at Pensacola Beach is ready to watch them fly. So they'll get out here and start setting up at Comcart. So we usually catch probably the last 2 or 3 acts as we got set up and waited for our TFR to take place.
Well, RJ's putting on a great show. Oh, that maneuver right there, real great shot to the crowd of the planform view of his aircraft and seeing the paint job on the top of the wings. I mean, we talked about how the Decathlon is a real great aerobatic aircraft, but not like a lot being built nowadays that we'll see, like even the Red Bull aircraft, of having so much power in their engine, right? Just kind of a real graceful display, and he's putting on some great wing overs and loops, and that's got to be a lot of fun. If you were able to get with RJ right now and there and just kind of looking at the Emerald Coast and doing a little, like a 12-point roll there coming by the crowd by Show Center.
Smooth. I've always, Mongo, I've always appreciated at each air show is the ability to, inspire the next generation. I know that's something that RJ is big on, interacting with the fans, and it's super encouraging when, any show site, when you're able to walk away and have one youngster that may not have known much about aviation after seeing a show feels a little bit inspired to kind of pursue it to the next level.
No, absolutely. It's impactful, right? And you talk to everyone that, almost to a person, everyone that has flown, and I have one in my hip pocket too, but remembers being young and going to an air show and seeing stuff like what RJ is doing right now and just being amazed by it, intrigued by it, and wow, can I go do that with my life, right? And then getting involved and going to get it. Nice little tumble maneuver there by RJ.
I see here that RJ occasionally gives aerobatic training rides in the same decathlon that he's flying today.
Huh.
We talk about inspiring youth. I don't know if that would be the best flight if it's your first time flying.
Or you'd be hooked for life.
Or hooked for
too.
life.
You might just be hooked for life. All the different certifications a demo pilot has to get and go through, and probably they choose which ones they pursue. RJ's also certified as a wing walker, and circle the jumper, so we'll see that a little bit later with Red Bull. But flying around while there's a parachutist coming down at the same different rare qual. Looks like he may have exited the show box. RJ, that was a great, great show. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your inaugural air show here at Pensacola Beach and wowing the crowd in your decathlon. That was special.
We'll have to have him back.
The crowd's getting prepped now for Red Line, which is kind of unique and also tugs at the family heartstrings for all the dads and kids out there. It's a father-son team that we're going to see doing some section aerobatics.
The Red Line Air Show team, sponsored by Visit Pensacola, where you can experience the way to beach in Pensacola. Relax, unwind, and explore history, shopping, and sugar sand beaches. Visit Pensacola.com.
Redline Air Shows is a dynamic father and son formation aerobatic team based in Cincinnati, Ohio. They're known for delivering high energy performance across North America. With a passion for precision flying and aviation excellence, Redline showcases thrilling formation aerobatics, and it captivates audience of all ages. Ken and Austin Reeder. Ken's the dad, Austin's his son. Their expertly choreographed routine combines skill, speed, and daring maneuvers. And this is great set against the backdrop we have here of the blue waters off Pensacola Beach. So here's Ken and Austin. We'll try and follow along here. Look like they knocked out their hammerheads. And then opposing rolls on the hammer down line.
These aircraft have a great sound.
They do, don't they?
Definitely family flying taken to the extreme here.
Yeah, so I heard yesterday these are experimentals that they built. So they Ken owns a construction company up in Cincinnati, Ohio, which probably allows him some space and some opportunity to have some aircraft out, but they build these aircraft on the regular. Here they cross at Show Center.
Nice hit.
Came in there with a closure speed of over 400 knots. There's some opposing hammerheads. Coming in, we should see opposing loops here at Show Center. We'll come back down on the backside of the loop and cross and break at Show Center to rejoin for a formation sequence.
They do a good job of keeping everything out in front of shows, in front of the crowd, Show Center. Lots of tight overhead turns to keep it right in front of the crowd where they want it.
We go up to the left, join up. After the join up, they should see them bunt their noses down, dive for some speed, and do a formation loop. That relative motion to an aircraft, something that a lot of people don't get to see. And when you're flying wing, right, the lead aircraft, in this case, Ken's coming in, he's just going to execute a loop. So it's really kind of on Austin to maintain position. And though the Earth is rotating around you almost as you feel your airplane go up, Austin's really just looking at his checkpoints on Ken's aircraft and maintaining that position through the maneuver. And you almost become so locked in on that lead aircraft that you can almost, the maneuver you're doing almost becomes secondary to just keeping formation. And there they exited with a left turn, now a climbing right turn. They're going to enter from show right for a parallel formation loop. So Austin will scoot forward and get right wingtip to wingtip with his dad. They'll be side by side for a parallel formation loop. If that's not enough fizzle, here they go. They should go straight up into a parallel formation hammerhead. This is a real pretty maneuver. Look at them both do a hammerhead at the same time.
That's nice.
They came up to hammerheads, and now they're setting themselves up to be in a in-line or in-trail sequence.
I say red line's a pretty good name for them.
Yeah.
Pushing limits.
And this should be their flip-flop maneuver. So you see Ken just went inverted, Austin's upright, and now they'll switch roles. And they're flip-flopping their aircraft. So while one's inverted, the other's upright. And they execute the flip-flop all the way down the show line. And climbing up to a half Cuban 8 to set up for another loop at show center. And I'm pretty sure they stay in trail sequence for this loop. And that type of flying really is just kind of follow the leader. Austin's watching his dad and just following his aircraft where it's going. They're going off on the left-hand side of the show box, and they'll do an in-trail hammerhead. So there goes Ken and his hammerhead, followed by Austin. Into a triple slow roll and a 4-point roll as they go from left to right. Now they're going to do a mirror pass, Fizzle, which I think your Blue Angels, they must have seen this maneuver and the solos decided to steal it because we'll see the solos do it later.
The tuck over roll.
Yeah, so they're going to come by for a mirror
we'll do a
pass
comparison. We'll
where
grade them out.
lead's inverted and wing is upright, and they'll follow that with a climbing right-hand turn.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty solid. From the left, they're going to do a turn back in to show line and come and show us a formation barrel roll. Nice barrel roll formation there. Austin did a great job of keeping him right in there. As they're going to go to show right, they're going to dive into a formation quarter roll loop and then go to show center for a switchblade break. And I'm going to have to watch this too because I do not know what a switchblade break is, but we're about to see it.
Sounds intriguing.
There's a quarter roll up.
Switching lead. Does that work?
There you go. Another maneuver we'll see later out of some Super Hornets. Now, as the planes approach each other, Ken and Austin are going to do a dual inverted pass to a looping rejoin at show left.
So, supposed to do a little segment.
And there's the dual inverted pass. They're going to do the looping rejoin here at show left. And Casey and Kyle are great cameramen here at Hellcat Productions. We're going to set up because Ken and Austin have a treat for the Pensacola crowd now. And they're setting up behind the crowd to come in front. If you're listening within the visual area, good time to have your cameras ready for a neat picture of what Ken and Austin are going to do. Little visual show there how much they love being here at the Pensacola Air Show. And if I may, how much Hellcat Productions is loving bringing the air show to you that can't be here with eyes on to witness it live. That was a great, great demonstration by Ken and Austin Reeder with Redline. What a treat. And there's a nice little photo pass from him coming back once around by the Coast Guard ship. See what they do off a show left there. They set up for one more pass from the left to exit to the right. All right, and we're hanging out here. Still a beautiful day here on the beach. We did hear there was a slight delay. A unique thing about having a beach air show is you're not co-located with the airport. So over at Pensacola International Airport, there's just a couple little micro storms brewing, which have prevented some of the departure of the aircraft. So we just had a quick conversation with the air boss, Bandit, and he said we're on a little bit of a pause. So we will let you know when they're airborne and coming to us.
It's always been one of the biggest challenges.
The Titan Aerobatic Team is here with the sponsorship of Innisfree Hotels, with award-winning hotels, Innisfree, signature hotels, sustainable solutions, and a vibrant workplace culture. Innisfree Hotels, the best place to stay on the beach.
All right, now wonderful sound in the background. The Titan Aerobatic Team. The weather didn't delay them as long as we thought. And here they are. The Titan Aerobatic Team is one of the airshow industry's most decorated and beloved performers. This team was founded in 1984 by Alan Henley and Steve Gustafson as the North American Aerobatic Team. Love the sound of that engine. They're flying the North American AT-6 Texan. Nicknamed the Pilot Maker, it was first appeared in 1938, designated as a basic trainer for the United States Army Air Corps. Texan was a primary training platform for all U.S. airmen in World War II that went on to fly fighter aircraft like your P-51 Mustangs, F-4U Corsairs, and P-40 Warhawks.
Nicknamed the Pilot Maker, he said. So I saw that over 500,000 pilots in World War II were trained on this aircraft.
It's got a Pratt & Whitney R1340AN1 engine. It's 42-foot wingspan. Length is just shy of 30 feet at 29 feet 6 inches. And maximum level speed of 212 miles per hour. Yeah, you can see what is really made them famous and on display for us this afternoon is their tight formations. They got a 3-ship flying out there. So for those maybe it's either a heavy section or a light division, billowing smoke systems and attention-getting radial engines. And that's the thing about this Titan team that's got me yesterday today is the hum of that engine just
Makes you feel like you're out in the Pacific.
got to do opposing loops there at the center. I can see Dash 3 rolling in from the right now, just over the pier, about to go smoke on for, I believe he's going to do a single loop. Here's their in-trail sequence. So they kind of came in from the left. Following each other through some nice gentle rolls.
Little known fact, the Blue Angels actually flew this aircraft, the S&J version, which was the Navy version. They used it as a trainer for their pilots, but they also used it for their Beetle Bomb, which was a yellow painted S&J that they would attack like a Japanese Zero. It's part of their show.
Yeah, you're right. I know we were hearing that. History of the Blues 92.3 was putting that out that week segment, right? And Thanks and a shout out to Hill Goodspeed at the museum and the foundation for his help with that program. But yeah, they used to in their air show do a demonstration as air combat, right?
Like a mock dogfight.
Are they coming in, roaring from the right, join back up. The pilots today on Team Titan were Steve Gustafson, Jimmy Fordham, and Brian Regan, putting on just a beautiful show. Again, Fizzle, I'm indifferent to the weather going on at Pensacola Regional. We'll deal with that. The weather here is just allowing for just a spectacular day of sights and sounds.
Yep, our pilots sure seem to be enjoying it. And our crowd.
As we're watching Team Titan, another shout out to Team Hellcat. Just a phenomenal group of professionals working hard here to put this on for you. Knowing everyone can't always make it to the Beach Air Show, and even those that are here like to have whether it's some commentary or some tight end shots of what's going on. And I know we probably have a lot of friends. I got some friends and stuff out on boats. Caroline celebrating a birthday. Mecklers are out there enjoying the water, probably on the other side of the island, but might have us dialed in and watching so they can kind of see some tighter shots of the airplanes, not just when they're forming back up off center. There's a real neat three-plane pop-up, breaking out of that fingertip formation into an in-trail for the top of the loop. Because we talked earlier about air shows and kind of that encouraging and inspiring the next generation. Do you have an air show story from your youth that kind of hooked you a little bit?
I do. I think the earliest memory I have of an air show was I grew up in Fort Worth, Texas. My grandfather worked at General Dynamics and was part of the design team of the F-16, the YF-16, which is the original rollout version. And so I grew up watching those jets fly around, and also we would go and watch each year the air show at Carswell Air Force Base. So I had the great opportunity of getting to see the Blue Angels and the U.S. Thunderbirds as well. So alternating years they would come through what was at the time Carswell, and we'd watch from a distance. We'd park ourselves at the edge of the runway, and it was pretty definitely inspiring. I remember Top Gun came out. I had my little toy jet figurines and getting to see the all the maneuvers. It was definitely pretty inspiring. How about you?
Yeah, that's neat. Yeah, I grew up a little bit in Juneau, Alaska. So I was motivated by our international partners, the snowbirds of the Canadian Air Force. They would come to the Juneau, would put on a small air show annually, and the snowbird made it a point to always try and get there. Yeah, that's where I remember getting hooked by watching aircraft fly and doing things, and moved from there to outside of DC. Andrews Air Force Base. They have a air show, and first year we were there, the Blues were in attendance, and yeah, watching them put on a show, B-1s, all those aircraft.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of fun. A lot of fun to come do this for an afternoon, isn't it?
No doubt. No doubt. That's nice. He's like, that feels good. Yeah, it wasn't until years and years later when the Blue Angels came through Hawaii. We were stationed there, and we had the opportunity to watch them. We got to see living on base. We got to see them come out and perform circles and arrivals, a practice flight demonstration, and then multiple flight demonstrations. And then we went to the base in the NCO and Officers Club for a reception. And getting to meet the Blue Angels, I will say that was the most inspiring thing for me, really, because getting to see what a great team they had and the way they worked together, just the way they treated one another, the way they treated the crowd they were interacting with and all, you could tell they had something special. And that was probably really the biggest impact I had in my career in terms of wanting to be a part of that team and that legacy.
Oh, that's great. All right, we're going to take a little break here, and then we'll be right back with you as that Titan team is completed. We'll be waiting for the Red Bull Air Force.
The Red Bull Air Force is brought to Pensacola Beach by the Navy Mustang Association. The Navy Mustang Association is the only professional and social organization instituted for naval officers who served proudly 3 or more years in the enlisted ranks.
Today is our day to be inspired at the National Naval Aviation Museum.
Visit navalaviationmuseum.org to plan your visit today.
All right, back with you, and here we got Red Bull kicking it off. You got everything with Red Bull: airplanes, helicopters, parachutists. And it's neat watching these parachutists come in. Remember from yesterday, we're going to see a precision landing followed by a high-speed descent landing.
Stuck another landing.
Nailed it.
And now the controlled chaos.
The Red Bull Air Force, known for pushing the boundaries of flight and making the impossible possible, whether in a plane, helicopter, or their own bodies via skydiving or wingsuit. Yeah, and those that weren't here at the beginning, we talked about how, when you're watching a Red Bull team fly, you might as well just forget everything you learned in a physics class. Those of you that fly with aerodynamics, anything you've learned in aerodynamics class, just ignore it for the next 20 minutes of aviation glory.
You will see a helicopter roll.
Now, some of it you see what Red Bull does, and one of the things that comes to mind, having been to the Jumeirah Beach Hotel in Dubai with a big helipad on the roof, and watching them. And we had a short takeoff and landing aircraft earlier, but bringing the Red Bull aircraft out there and landing that aircraft on the helipad and then taking it off from the helipad. Phenomenal.
Yeah.
Low, fast. Let me just get over the top for the pier there. Offset to show right.
We don't have any swimmers in the water. They might have got their head hit on that one. It was so low.
This would be our coordinated jump with the aircraft. Yeah, the Red Bull Air Force, known on the Airshow circuit for their unique performances, right? Makes you wonder sometimes what is going on in their ready room when they must be sitting around talking about, could we do fill in the blank, right? With a helicopter, an airplane, or walnut skydiving. Here it looks like here comes our high-speed parachutist.
Yeah, I don't know what else they're going to incorporate.
Look at that. Look how fast.
The only thing we're missing is a t-shirt cannon, I think.
That's right. Not easy. Casey and Kyle are earning their money right now, keeping these guys in frame because they are zipping through the sky. Boom, touchdown. Great work, guys. Be fun to sit down and talk to one of these pilots about their situational awareness doing repetitive maneuvers like that, right? so close to the earth.
Just had a spiraling descent with a parachute. Parachute set.
That's where they're racing each other, right?
That is, yeah. They're putting on a show.
That's got to be pretty neat. You know, in the airplane, you got all your ambient airplane noise. So you're doing maneuver and probably watching the parachutist. But the parachutist, once you leave that helicopter, I mean, you're probably hearing that airplane right next to you the whole time down.
It's gonna be a little unsettling, I would think. I'm glad they didn't offer any tandem jumps.
Pull the cord, pull the cord. Here we go. The only time I've ever seen this for the older crowd is Airwolf and Blue Thunder. I didn't think helicopters could do that except for those two. And here's Red Bull. Loops, rolls, hammerheads. I know from discussions this week and hearing the team talk, helicopter specially designed, and if I remember right, a specially made rotor head titanium material, so that it can handle that stress. Because a helicopter is really not designed to do rolls and loops, but designed to handle that stress of doing a roll and a loop.
Yeah, I would imagine the forces that it's putting on those blades. Incredible design and execution.
Yeah, and these maneuvers, you know, you think of a loop in an aircraft where you got your thrust, and you pull back on the stick and you're watching your airspeed, you know, as your aircraft is going up and performing a loop. But it'd be fun to talk to the Red Bull pilot about how are you coordinating your collective and your stick, right? With collective being lift up and down on the rotor head, to make a helicopter do what that helicopter is doing right there. He's flying, basically flying in a hammerhead.
Yeah, I don't even know. I don't know how you figure out that you can even do that maneuver. I don't know where to start. Yeah, you wouldn't expect anything less from Red Bull.
A loop into a hover into a loop.
Yeah, normally with the Blue Angels, we'll say no other flight demonstration team does this maneuver in the world. I'm pretty sure we're seeing a couple of those right now.
There he just did a forward loop.
I think a fluke might be what that was.
Floop, yeah, we just renamed it. It's a floop. This is that part I see him here shortly go into a hover, and from the hover, he's going to loop the helicopter. There he goes up. He's just sitting stationary. Boom. As you're watching these flights, one of the parachutists yesterday said, this is why they all like to jump out of the helicopter before he starts doing this. So played. So played. Old victory roll over the pier. Just when you thought you had enough, why not bring the aircraft in? Another spiral. More wizardry in the air. When are we going to see the Netflix behind the scenes documentary on Red Bull? That would be fascinating.
I don't know if the camera could keep up.
Yeah, it's impressive when you talk about a demonstration like this, the forces that the human body's undergoing there, and just what a workout it is. So you're sitting in a seat, you're just kind of moving the rudders, moving the stick. I mean, the onset of positive G to negative G into these rolls to an inverted pull out like that. When you get done with this, and you are probably ready for
you'd be
a gallon of water and a nap.
Yeah, the number of G's, I think, upwards of 10 G's instantaneously. I don't, you really can't sustain that, but they spike at an incredibly high G rate.
We'll pass out by the boats out there. Remind them we know they're out there. We're part of the show. Hope they're enjoying it out on the water. Again, how neat for Hellcat to bring this to people that can't be at the beach with us today, and all you aviation enthusiasts that have joined us that get these tight shots and get to watch what someone's doing with an airplane. What a treat.
Yeah, to my parents out there listening, they said this is one of the best air shows that they've watched because they're watching it from the comfort of their own living room with air conditioning and a nice Diet Dr. Pepper by their side, and yeah, it's not a bad way to watch it.
I know all our beachgoers are enjoying Red Bull and also enjoying Red Bull because as soon as Red Bull exits the show site, the water is open and people get to go take a little refreshment. Take a dip in the Gulf before we get to the blue and gold of the Blue Angels, which will be up next. Yep, we got about a half hour. And at 1400 or 2 o'clock here Central Time is when we should see Fat Albert show up. So I know they're opening the beach. Seeing people stream down there to jump in the water and cool off. And we're not gonna break yet though. We're gonna take just a couple seconds, get another chair here, and we got a special guest. So in 2 minutes, we're just gonna take a little pause and get another mic here and bring one of our special guests in here to say hi.
You know, having the opportunity to fly many air shows, you know, from March into November, there's always wonderful show sites, again, all over the nation, where you find people that are very excited to see the Blue Angels and very excited to just give their respects for your military service, not just because you're a Blue Angel, but because you serve the Navy and the Marine Corps team, or you know, wearing the cloth of our nation. Always having the opportunity to talk to those fans, and for those people that come out or travel to come to those shows, and having the opportunity to interact is always a favorite element of you know, the past and being a Blue Angel. But you know, if you had to pick a particular show site that I have memories, or I have fond memories of flying, I can tell you that, you know, coming back to Pensacola, flying at the beach, coming back in November to do that final homecoming show at Naval Air Station, Pensacola, it doesn't get any better than that. You know, because, you know, midway through the season, you get to come back and you get to fly at Pensacola Beach. The team's starting to get tight in their maneuvers. You know, if you've got a new boss, or you've got a new, every year there's a new left wingman, there's a new number 6 that's flying at a demonstration. That's when they're really, you know, figuring out the maneuvers, and they're flying a great demonstration. You know, the team pushes themselves to just exceed their level of precision in each maneuver, and try to be perfect on every single maneuver. And then you come back in November after an entire show season and showcase that pride and professionalism in front of the home crowd. That's always a great show at the end of the year. And of course, after that last show, you bring on new team members that are going to experience that pride and professionalism of the Blue Angels, and then you have to say goodbye to some of those members that are leaving. And that's always bittersweet, but the show is fantastic in November. I love that particular show. Just because of what it meant to the turnover of the team, and just that continual evolution of that pride and professionalism, and bringing in a new fresh set of officers and enlisted members, that whole team concept that embodies the Blue Angels and what they represent.
We are back, and again, the water is open to take a little bit of break. But we're here with Darren Schaefer, and Darren, welcome. Know that we got a chat last year, and give you a chance to tell everybody that's listening kind of the impact of this and what you do. But we talked a little bit about just this annual event at the Pensacola Beach Air Show being so important to the city. So I know you had some more information on that. And again, welcome. Good to see you again.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Be with both of you. It's another beautiful day in Pensacola, and the beach is just it's exciting vibe that goes on. And I know it can take a little time to get here, but once you're in, and people just have so much fun. And you know, we do an impact study on this event. This is the largest event for the Pensacola area every year. Over 129,000 people came to this last year. But you know, 45% of that is just our own residents right here from Escambia County. So that's like 58,000 people of our own residents that are coming out. And it just really shows how prideful residents are about having the Blue Angels and having their home here in the Pensacola area.
Darren, when you throw out that number, does that include boat traffic, or is that strictly traffic onto the island?
You know, they do surveys, and they're trying to encompass everything that's going on, because behind us we have a lot of boats on the intercoastal, the quiet side. There are a lot of boats that come over for this. So I know people that are parking downtown Pensacola, taking the ferry over. So there's a lot of ways for people to get out to the beach and enjoy the show. Obviously, being able to live stream it here allows everybody to participate. And I think what I want to make sure everybody understands, if you see this, you're like, man, I wish I could see something like this. Every Tuesday and Wednesday in Pensacola, we have an air show, because the Blue Angels, every weekend, they're somewhere flying, but they come back home Sunday night, and that itself is great to see them coming down the beach between 6 and 7 on Sundays. But every Tuesday and Wednesday out at NAS Pensacola at the Naval Aviation Museum,
we have our own air show Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and it's free. So I can't say enough about how accessible that is, and an opportunity for everybody to come out and experience it for themselves.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I know that, every year the Blue Angels have certain show sites that it's not guaranteed, but, historically have traveled to. But Pensacola is the only one that has 2 air shows every year.
That's right.
Actual air shows. And then, like you said, practice demonstrations, and then the beach buzz, just a lot of things that really reiterate that we love our Blue Angels.
The beaches are amazing, and it's what we're known for, that white sand, that blue-green water. It's truly something special, man. I've traveled, I've been overseas, I've been on cruises, and I can't tell you how many times I'm like, this is your beach? This is what I'm coming for? I got much better right at home. It's hard to beat the Gulf Coast and what we have here. But right up in there with the community pride is the Blue Angels. So we are truly fortunate as a community, and one of the many ways we stand apart in Northwest Florida, and why we say Pensacola is the way to beach.
Oh, absolutely. Well, and you said it in that underlying statement, and fizzled by you saying too that there are 2 shows in the same city, which is kind of unheard of. And that's something that's always impressed me with the amount of time I lived in Pensacola, is how it truly is a Navy town, but the roots of that are so much deeper. And just talking with people, the pride that Pensacola has of ownership of the Blue Angels, right? I mean, 2 people, and you see a lot of things happen in a lot of towns nationwide that have an annual event, whatever it might be, and the residents talk about, oh yeah, that weekend I don't go out. That weekend I don't go downtown. That weekend I don't go wherever, right? And it's almost to an opposite, where people set their vacations up around Blue Angel Week to be here for the summer. They set up, just again, we all have friends in the local area of meeting to get on a boat with friends and come and celebrate the city and each other.
I'm fairly sure it's a holiday.
Yeah, it truly is. It's like a national holiday for us, This is when my staff takes vacation time. Talk about a staycation. It's 58,000 of our own residents come out to be here and be a part of this. And it starts as early as Wednesday, leading up today, the big show. But you're right, having the homecoming show, it's like the last show of the year for the Blue Angels, back here in Pensacola, out at NAS Pensacola, different type of experience, but such a cool thing for us to have as a community.
For sure.
It's 2 new words. We came up with forward loop being fluke. Now we should pensacation. Is this week.
Way to
Now on,
pensacate.
pensacation.
What have you seen in terms of growth over the years? Because it seems like every year the secret is out more and more. You see more people coming in. And I agree with you. I think part of it is residents and enjoying it. We also have a lot of visitors coming in.
We do. So 55% of the people that are coming out are from outside of Escambia County. But I don't know how we put too many more people here on Pensacola Beach. I mean, I know if you go east and west on the beaches, there are access points, and there's plenty of space. Even if we go down here, there's space on the beach. But as far as having about 130,000 people, that is a big number, and we see vehicles, taking up all the spots. So it's a little bit more than 2023 by about another 1,500 people. But this is a great event. We would love to replicate this somehow with some of the other great events we have, whether it's Mardi Gras that we have in February. I mean, we have great events, and when that military pride you're talking about, the new event, Pensacola Navy Days, came out of that. That's held in May. Is all about showing our community pride for the military presence that's here in Escambia County.
Yeah. Cradle of Naval Aviation.
That's right. That's right.
Beautiful thing.
Thanks for swinging by, Darren.
Yeah, thanks
Great
for
to meet
having
you.
me. Thanks for doing this and making this really accessible for those that can't make it out to the beach.
We're just enjoying the show, sitting on Hellcat's shoulders and watching the view. But speaking of a stalwart and kind of tying Pensacola and the Blues, I see over Fizzle's shoulder. Maybe we can wave Ken Jernigan over, and he can say a quick hello. And Darren, I'll even stand up and slide aside. You can slide over here, and we'll let Ken sit down.
I'll give him my seat.
What's up, Zeph? This is Ken Jernigan, Boss Jake.
That's right. I'm Darren with Visit Pensacola.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're live, and as Ken Jernigan's coming in here, Ken, have a seat, sir.
Honorary boss.
Honorary boss of the Blue Angels, which Fizzle, you know a lot more about that than I do.
Boss, you became an honorary Blue Angel in what year?
1997.
1997. Been supporting the team since early 80s.
78.
78.
It's my first visit. I came out to, they asked me out to do a tour book. This was way before a lot of things going on. So before we could get things figured out, McDonnell Douglas started doing the yearbook for the team. And so they said, stay close. So, things, years and fun things happen. And the next thing I know, they, 97, we played golf on the 2nd of January. And then the 3rd of January, so you come out and see us off. Yeah. So up in the radio, we went, they pulled out the frame print with my crest and said, we want you closer, feeling closer to us. We appreciate all that you do. And with that, I was made an honorary team member.
And that's exactly it. Boss Jernigan has been a huge supporter of the team, never asked for anything, always willing to give his time, his talents, and just make the connections and do anything to support the team. And, awesome job by the team back then to recognize it. And we sure appreciated it all throughout. So thank you, boss.
That's right. And then they promoted me in 2018, Boss Doyle's team. And, that was just so special. I had no clue what was going on. And
accompanied by a flight, right?
Oh, yeah. I've been up a couple of times with the Blue Angels. And the boss took me up the last
one. That's right. That Boss Doyle.
Boss Doyle did. And that was so special. I'm picking on him pretty good. And I go, that's about the worst loop I've ever seen anybody make. And so right before he ever took off, I said, I want to move into the gray jet. But this blue jet doesn't have any controls. I can't fly it like I did a couple other times. Because, I was able to do the rolls and loops.
Did you tell him I have the controls?
Yeah, I said, hey, look. They made a change. I went, yeah. So they don't want anybody getting excited and grab a throttle or a stick. So
that's right.
It was good. But yeah, but that was so special. And I never take any of this for granted. You know that, Fizzle.
Yeah.
I just enjoy doing what I can, mainly for the families, for the wives, because this is a very hard job that they do. And I'm going to race here, so I got a lot of friends with assets that can help me, get a tire that's back ordered that nobody has. I say, jack one of your cars up and take the tire off.
I believe it. I've seen it.
Yeah. But anyway, it's very special. And, just to see what we have here, the number of people that are showing up. I'm taking videos of things that send the people around the country going, wish you were here, and I do. More the merrier, but it's just a beautiful day and packed, and that's what Pensacola has, to offer and to enjoy. And don't take it for granted because we could have that other weather that we don't really care for, but today it looks like hot and sweaty for sure.
That's right. That's great. All right. Well, all right. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll return with the Navy Flight Demonstration Squadron, the Blue Angels. Thanks for swinging by, gents.
Hey.
Today is our day to be inspired at the National Naval Aviation Museum.
Visit navalaviationmuseum.org to plan your visit today.
Having the opportunity to fly many air shows, from March into November, there's always wonderful show sites, again, all over the nation, where you find people that are very excited to see the Blue Angels and very excited to just give their respects for your military service, not just because you're a Blue Angel, but because you serve the Navy and the Marine Corps team, or wearing the cloth of our nation. Always having the opportunity to talk to those fans, and for those people that come out or travel to come to those shows, and having the opportunity to interact is always a favorite element of the past and being a Blue Angel. But if you had to pick a particular show site that I have memories, or I have fond memories of flying, I can tell you that coming back to Pensacola, flying at the beach, coming back in November to do that final homecoming show at Naval Air Station Pensacola. It doesn't get any better than that. Because midway through the season, you get to come back and you get to fly at Pensacola Beach. The team's starting to get tight in their maneuvers. If you've got a new boss or you've got a new, every year there's a new left wingman, there's a new number 6 that's flying at a demonstration. That's when they're really, figuring out the maneuvers and they're flying a great demonstration. The team pushes themselves to just exceed their level of precision in each maneuver and try to be perfect on every single maneuver. And then you come back in November after an entire show season and showcase that pride and professionalism in front of the home crowd. That's always a great show at the end of the year. And of course, after that last show, you bring on new team members that are going to experience that pride and professionalism of the Blue Angels, and then you have to say goodbye to some of those members that are leaving. And that's always bittersweet, but the show is fantastic in November. I love that particular show just because of what it meant to the turnover of the team and just that continual evolution of that pride and professionalism and bringing in a new fresh set of officers and enlisted members, that whole team concept that embodies the Blue Angels and what they represent.
By far the most dangerous aircraft that I ever flew was the BD-5J. And I was contracted to fly the Bud Light microjet to do some air shows, and that evolved into some government contracts where I can now say that we were simulating cruise missiles in a United States Air Force contract. And we were flying out of Moss Point, Mississippi, and we would go out into the Gulf about 50 miles, and typical airspeed was about 250 to 300 knots, simulating cruise missile speed at an altitude of about 50 feet. And on a typical VFR day, and bear in mind that the BD-5J is a VFR-only aircraft, it has no attitude gyro or anything like that in it, so if you go IMC, you're in a bad way. A clear VMC day, it was pretty much uneventful out flying over the water. You could see and avoid anything, whether it's oil rigs or ships or sailboat masts or anything like that. But there were several days that we were called on to fly that the weather was marginal, and it was quite an adventure out there, not really being able to see very well at 50 feet above the water at 300 knots, and you just sort of hoped and prayed that there was nothing going to pop up in the windscreen that you couldn't avoid. But in the progress of that particular contract, we also did some other events, which I'm really not at liberty to talk about at this point, I don't think. But we staged out of the Monroeville, Alabama airport. And on one particular occasion, I was tasked with flying one of our aircraft up to Monroeville. And what you probably are not aware of about the fuel system on the BD-5J is there, at least on the aircraft that I flew, they did not have a fuel gauge. So the only way you could determine what your fuel quantity was what was referred to as a flicker gauge. It's very difficult to describe, but there were a series of little windows on the top of each wing that would give you an indication of the level of fuel in that particular wing. And if one wing appeared to have a little more fuel than the other, you could select from one wing to the other which one you wanted to feed. And the problem with that concept was, with glare from sunlight and sun angles and other factors, and also the fact that if there were baffles in that fuel tank, they were minimal at best. Those flicker gauges were always moving around. So it was very difficult to get an accurate read for how much fuel you had in either of the two wings. And that was the only source of fuel storage for the wings. So I took on, you always flew those aircraft with a full tank of gas, no matter where you were going. And it was going to take about a half tank of gas to get up to Monroeville. I took off, and when I got about halfway there, I realized that one tank was not feeding. So I was only going to be able to use one tank, that one wing, or the other wing was not transferring. So I knew that I was going to have one full wing when I got to Monroeville and one wing that was almost empty. So the first thought that occurred to me was it would probably be a good idea while I was still at altitude to get a feel for how that aircraft would handle as the fuel got lower and lower, and one wing got lighter and one wing got heavier. And I knew that what the typical approach speed was, but I figured that I was going to have to add a few knots just because of that consideration. And so I did that, and I was confident that, but by the time I had figured it out, I was halfway to Monroeville, so it wouldn't have mattered if I'd turned around and gone back to Moss Point or if I'd pressed on to Monroeville, because either way I was going to land with the same amount of fuel. And as I said, one wing was going to be heavy and one wing was going to be light. So I had a pretty good idea of what I thought my approach speed should be. And I didn't declare an emergency or anything because I didn't really feel like it was an emergency at that point, and it truly wasn't. I was on final, everything was solid, airspeed was good, everything was very controllable. And when I got over the numbers, as we typically would do, I retarded the power to idle, and I was probably about 10 feet above the runway. And what I did not know was that I was hanging right on the razor's edge as far as airspeed went. And as soon as I retarded that power, the aircraft quit flying. And the heavy wing dropped, and I became a passenger for the final 10 feet of the landing. Hit really hard, collapsed the landing gear, banged up a wing, went off in the grass, and sat there and collected my wits and realized how fortunate I was that I didn't roll that thing up in a ball, because if I hadn't done what I did en route and checked to see what I thought the airspeed should be, I probably would have tried to fly the aircraft at the normal approach speed, at which point the aircraft would have stalled probably on a mile or two final. And at that altitude, there's no way I could have jumped out of that airplane. So it could have been a real catastrophe. I was very fortunate to have survived that. But that's one of the reasons that I say that that's the most dangerous aircraft that I ever flew. And what I learned about flying from that was you cannot overemphasize the value of having an accurate fuel gauge, whether it's your watch or an actual fuel gauge on your instrument panel. And if you're in an aircraft where you can transfer fuel from one wing to another, you better be on top of where your fuel is for a CG purposes, because you can get yourself in a world of hurt real quick.
Pensacola Beach's Red, White, and Blues Air Show with the Blue Angels, sponsored in the broadcast today by the Naval Aviation Museum Foundation, the best in the world and the world's best, the Blue Angels and the Naval Aviation Museum Foundation.
All right, everybody, we are back. They have been clearing the water and getting ready to open up the show box again. I think by my watch, Mickey's big hand is pointing at the 5-9, so we got about 1 minute to go here before the Blue Angels kick it off. Quick shout out, south of Jacksonville, I think we got Lester watching and listening in, Army vet, so welcome, Lester. And again, hello to everyone from the Hellcat family that's joined us this afternoon. And just what a beautiful afternoon it is for the 2025 Air Show, and a treat for all of you. I know I've been kind of babbling, but Fizzle, John Fay here, a former executive officer of the Blue Angel, really kind of knowing the inside of what we're about to see from the show. And as we peek out our eyeball there, we see someone special coming.
Yeah.
And their name rhymes with Fat Albert, Fizzle. Here we go.
Here we go. Big Bert about to fly overhead.
2025, 79 years, right, of our Blue Angels.
All right, so Fat Albert entering from a behind the crowd pass overhead, executing a left-hand turn. Fat Albert will be setting up from crowd left to crowd right, and they're going to do a simulated runway climb, the 45-degree climb that they normally would execute from the airfield, exhibiting the capability of the 4 Rolls-Royce engines on board the C-130J Super Hercules. So this is the 5th year with the C-130J Super Hercules. A lot of people will recall back in the day when you had JATO, jet-assisted takeoffs with the C-130. And, you know, a lot of people talk about how amazing that was. And it was really cool to see those rockets all blast off. But the unique thing about the C-130J is it actually has more horsepower and ability to climb than with the JATO takeoff. So due to the blade design.
Does the J even have the capability to have JATO packs installed?
Well, the problem is they don't have JATO. It's actually a holdover from the Vietnam War for takeoff and landing on short runways. And so they actually exhausted it, I believe, in 2009.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
So Fat Albert is our logistics asset primarily, and also a demo performer, as y'all can see today. The Blue Angel maintenance crew and all of our equipment travel across the United States, 32 show sites each year. And Fat Albert's the means with which we do it. And so we love Bert, loading in about five or six pallets, and then about 45 of our best friends, shoulder to shoulder, crammed in there from each city.
Piloted by Marines.
Piloted by all Marine
Sam
crew.
Petco, right? This year's the lead pilot. And who else we got? Isaac and
good question.
we'll look it up in a second. Josh, yeah. Always been Marines, right?
All Marines. Yeah, and then the Marine Loadmasters. So they're climbing up. If you get to see them coming out on a Circles and Arrivals Day, like Wednesday, usually have the back ramp down, and you'll see a couple of our Marines and sailors with their feet dangling out, kind of having a good time, leashed in accordingly. But Fat Albert, on occasion, will have jumpers on the plane, so they'll have they'll do parachute support for some of the air shows, maybe to kick off the air show. Fat Albert will launch early, and they'll do the national anthem with a parachutist.
Now, as the executive officer, but a naval flight officer, how was your balance, majority of transit to from air shows with the crew and Fat Albert, and occasionally in a backseat of a Super Hornet?
I did everything Fat Albert on. Very, very seldom one of us might do actually commercial air, but because the fact that the 7 jet goes out ahead of the demo, and we like the demonstration to be as many single seaters as possible, just to have the same look and the symmetry and likeness. So we prefer not to fly the 2-seater. There are some occasions where we might have to do that, but we prefer not to in a show. So for the most part, I didn't get that opportunity. I did get a couple opportunities to fly back and do a beach buzz in the back of the 7 jet, which was really fun.
Yeah, and a beach buzz. I know Darren brought that up when he was here, but for people who are not familiar with Pensacola, the Blue Angels had a tradition, and it was off for a little bit and then restarted again. And it's just a real neat thing about the Pensacola area where when they return on Sunday nights from a air show somewhere else in the United States, they will join up in the Delta and then Burt in trail at some distance, but fly down Pensacola Beach like we'll see today with the Delta, turn the smoke on, and kind of a, hey, we're back home and it's good to see everybody, right?
So Fat Albert's executing the parade pass from crowd right to crowd left. So this is apexing at center point there. Nice little apex by Fat Albert. You get to see the paint scheme on our C-130J, which is slightly different from the previous model. They're flying that at about 300 miles an hour. Which is a pretty good rate of speed for Fat Albert. They're going to go now, set up on crowd left to crowd right, and they're going to do their flat pass, which is actually little known fact. It's going to be flown at 370 miles per hour, and is actually what you should see out of the Blue Angels the lowest maneuver of the day at 40 feet.
Aha. Should be Fat Albert. Is there a history design of the paint scheme for Fat Albert?
I believe the previous model had the same scheme. On this one, the notable change is on top, the teardrop.
Okay.
The previous Fat Albert, if I'm not mistaken, had more of a blue and white kind of semi, half of the aircraft was painted white, half of it, starting kind of at like the mid-level of the body and went all the way to the top, whereas this one's more blue with just that white kind of teardrop. Kind of has like an eagle look, I think, especially with the nose and the yellow kind of marker on the nose.
Did did it, another kind of, it's fun having this conversation, which I should have had more than 30 years ago with people, but like the lineage, you see a lot of times a Blue Angel lineage poster of all the aircraft flown by the demo Delta team.
Mm-hmm.
I only remember Fat Albert being a C-130. Even as a kid, it was a C-130. Was there an aircraft before the C-130 that was used?
There was. I'm gonna have to. I'd be remiss to actually cite what the actual the aircraft type model is. Well, that's a nice low pass. That looked good. They did have, I believe it was a Constellation at one point.
Okay.
But they didn't call it Fat Albert. Fat Albert came about in the 1970s, and that's pretty much when the sitcom, I think it was a cartoon series at the time, Fat Albert came out, and so the troops kind of affectionately named her Fat Albert, and it's sort of stuck ever since.
Okay.
But C-130, I think it's been flying since 1955.
Right. Yeah,
like
I know.
that.
Yeah, it's a good sturdy airframe that's been used for decades.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was always, I'd never thought about it. Did we have a aircraft used for transport of the team before the C-130 came along?
So Fat Albert's going to maneuver. This will be the last maneuver out of their show sequence, although the last couple of days we've been seeing them join up with the Delta for the final maneuver. So hopefully we'll get to see that today. Fat Albert's going to set up in front of the crowd. At this point, you'd be hearing, from the narrator kind of talking about what the Fat Albert does with the Navy Flight Demonstration Squadron over the course of a season. So upwards of holding about 45,000 pounds of fuel, about 35,000 pounds of equipment and all kinds of specialized equipment, roughly 50 some odd personnel on board with a crew of Marines flying, and Navy and Marine Corps sailors and Marines that maintain the aircraft.
Here she comes straight onto the crowd.
Head on, and I'm sure we'll get a big reaction out of the crowd. Your narrator will be saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, Fat Albert," and they can hold it for a lot longer than I can.
And something else now is Fat Albert exits to show aft with the Blue Angel, and we've talked about a couple times differences with a off-show show center, meaning we're not at the air station where the Blues are launching from. So if you're at the air station, a treat to watch the Blues. You get to see the team man into their aircraft, all that stuff right from the first step to the salutes to the canopies coming down the same time, engine starts, smoke, etc. And then the show really starts kind of on that first step. So all that's part of the show, taxi and takeoff. Here, they're airborne from Naval Air Station Pensacola. They'll fly over here, right? So the show setup and start is really kind of coming at us from the front, right?
Yeah, that's right, Mo. You don't get to see kind of, and that's a shame because a big part of what the Navy Flight Demonstration Squadron is about is the teamwork and professionalism of the United States Navy and Marine Corps, and a big part of that is the 120 some odd sailors and Marines that work hard out on the flight line in the hangar, doing all sorts of things from maintaining the aircraft to making sure that people's pay records are set straight and medical and public affairs, you name it, operations, all sorts of support with folks that are critical to being able to carry their mission on for those 32 show sites. Over 300 days a year out on the road is what they log, with about 65 being the travel footprint at each show site, give or take.
Yeah, the hearing someone's got a scanner somewhere, so I heard a little comms going on in the backdrop. So watching for the Blues to come on, and I'll stop talking. But yeah, it's something that, and you bring that up, that enlisted muscle that really is making the machine work, right? And something that the trust in the Blues, not only officer to officer flying next to each other, but with the enlisted team supporting the officers. And a good example of that is the startup sequence, where traditionally, like my aircraft, the Growler, which is a variant of the two-seat F-18 Foxtrot, just electronic version, we would walk about 45 minutes, an hour prior to our flight to walk around the aircraft, pre-flight the aircraft, open panels, check things, where when the Blues, your enlisted crew chief and your team, your plane captain is doing that for the pilots. So when the pilot comes out, the show can start right away, and putting that trust and confidence, which is unique for the team, of conducting that pre-flight, you telling me my airplane's ready to go so I can strap in and take it.
It is the ultimate level of trust. The team is built on a foundation of trust, without a doubt. To that end, the Blues, the Navy Flight Demonstration Squadron now, the Blue Angels, have been flying since 1946. It's April 24th, 1946. Admiral Chester Nimitz, in the waning days of World War II, decided to establish the Blue Angels with the idea of keeping naval aviation at the forefront with the American public. We had huge successes in World War II, and there was concern that we would lose track of that and not be able to keep that in mind. And if you think about it, the naval aviation mission is executed out of sight and out of mind. Our naval aviators out on carriers, day in and day out, our mission is performed out of the public's eye. And so that's what the Navy Flight Demonstration Squadron was formed to do, to showcase the teamwork and professionalism of naval aviation through flight demonstrations and public outreach, with the ultimate hope of inspiring a culture of excellence and service to country.
Sure.
So pretty cool to be a part of that.
And they do a pretty good job of that.
Yeah.
Dave, am I your next guest? Oh, you're not Dave.
And we got I got a handheld radio here, so we're kind of listening to the frequency of the show box. So just heard a little roll call.
So they'd be, right now, the Blues have taken off out of NAS Pensacola. They're going to be, relative to our position, they'll be extremely crowd right, and they're setting up for a head-on entry to the crowd as a delta formation. So if you hear us say the delta is
Just one
1 through 6. So 1 through 6, with the diamond being 1, 2, 3, and 4. And the solos, lead solo is number 5, opposing solo is number 6. So you're going to see them come in for a head-on. The diamond is going to detach and do a slight rolling climb to crowd left, with the solos coming head-on, and they're going to execute turns into one another, or turns away from one another, with opposing 360 coverage, with ultimately what we call a hit, which means they're going to look like they're going to collide with one another. They're going to have min separation at center point.
And here as they come in, I'll hold the radio up to the mic. You can kind of hear. That was a little radio comm of the boss, and that cadence of calling different things will do the airplane, which is standard throughout the whole formation, flying for the demonstration. so that the pilots 2, 3, and 4 in the Diamond's perspective kind of get that feel of the cadence of what the boss is doing.
So the solos will be making their exit. They're going to do a couple rolls. During that whole time, they're going to be communicating back and forth with ComCart. The boss will be doing the same. The Diamond's setting up behind the crowd left. They're going to go behind the crowd to enter from relative our position, crowd right for the Diamond 360. Unique thing about this, Diamond 360, the Blue Angel Diamond 360 is a unique signature maneuver by the Blue Angels. It's actually the closest, most precise formation that they're going to fly all day. Wingtip to canopy separation at 18 inches. So that means literally if you were able to roll down that canopy window, you'd be able to grab your wingman, their trailing edge with your hand. That's the level, how close they are. Every team aspires to get the closest in each year in their formation, which we call Yankee set, meaning that the left wing is under the Y and or the right wing is under the Y in U.S. Navy. So they're looking to set that ultimate position. So you can pull up from this, you can list 1 through 6, name, call sign, whatever.
Yep, and I see him now. Just went behind the hotel, so we should see the Diamond appear over here on our right.
So they'll be calling out. Boss will go through the maneuver. He's like, but we're behind the crowd, setting up the Diamond 360. The 2 through 4 will acknowledge. Here we go. You can hear Boss's cadence, very steady, keeping the wingman, knowing what's coming. Nice synchronized smoke off on that. They'll make an adjustment. They're going to get a call from ComCart. Boss will get a call from ComCart. They'll say whether that looked like it was right or left of center point where they apexed, and they're going to make adjustments throughout the flight. The solos will be doing the same thing for their hits. Solos are coming in right now for a knife edge pass. That means they're going to roll on their wing 90 degrees with one another and have a min separation pass at center point going weightless. They'll have the 0G effect.
Nice. So Fizzle 5 and 6, right? A lot of people don't know that part of the training about the blues and getting to this level of perfection is pretty impressive. And that being not has to be, but a lot of times 7, who's the narrator for a year, then becomes 6, the opposing solo for a year, then becomes 5, the lead solo for a year. And so 5 is always training 6. Talk a little bit about what you saw with the dynamics of that training, as well as the roles of making the hit happen right at center point.
Yeah, so good to be testing my knowledge on that. But one of 5, I believe, is controlling the timing. 6 will control the set, meaning he's going to be how close they are with what they call crowd, meaning how close you are to the crowd. That's what's going to give the optical illusion that they're going to have an actual collision at center point, which we obviously don't want to have. So 6 is going to do the set, and 5 is going to work the timing adjustment off that so that you have that effect at center point. So one's kind of working the vertical aspect, because the closeness is actually a function of how high they are relative to one another. Diamond's coming in right now on a roll overhead center point. One of the unique things is the Diamond's going to be showcasing the precision aspect of formation flying in the F-18 Super Hornet, whereas 5 and 6 are really showcasing the max performance aspect of the jet. 5 and 6 are setting up again on opposing runs here. This time they're going to do their pass, an inverted to inverted pass at center point.
There they come inverted.
So you can hear Franz on the radio saying, ready, hit it, on that hit it. That's where they're executing their rolls synchronized. Everything we do is synchronized, Mongo, even to putting on your shades, if you'll notice.
That's right. That's right. You had it.
It's an old habit.
Yeah, and speaking, you kind of threw out a couple call signs so far, but this year's team, as we're watching them reset and come in, the boss, or the number one commanding officer of the squadron, Commander Adam Bryan. So he has already had command of a tactical squadron deployed on a carrier. So this is a second command tour for him. He rushed and was chosen to be the commanding officer of the Blue Angels and number one jet. So he leads the team. And here we got the 4-plane aileron roll. Real precise maneuver. That one to me always seems relatively tame, unless you're an aviator and you know the difficulty of having 4 aircraft at the same time all roll.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we'll see it today. I know this year's team added in a delta roll,
Right.
where they have all 6 jets do.
Yeah, I love the fact that they've adapted and added something new to the routine. Although it's actually written in our flight demonstration manual, never get used to rolling, 4 or 6 aircraft together in the same airspace. So that's an actual reminder. Don't get complacent because we have, operating on a razor's edge on every maneuver. 5's now coming in. This is going to be a single run by 5. 6 is actually setting up to check out the weather to pass it on for the remainder of the show. 5's coming in for the mid radius turn. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I jumped ahead. They're coming in, 5 and 6 are going to be coming in for the Fortis. This is a unique maneuver for only the Blue Angels, where 5's actually inverted. They're going to be in a dirty configuration, which is our landing gear down, tail hook extended, and 6 is going to be flying a mirrored image formation off of it. They'll do another, just keep your eye on them. You'll see 5 will roll, and they're going to do kind of a simultaneous roll together.
Now, from earlier, Ken and Austin would argue not unique to the Blues, except they don't have a tail hook in the in red line in the aircraft they were flying when we saw the mirror image. But yeah, and Fizzle talked about that. I know I got a C-130 and a Hornet here, but when 5 and 6 pass, right, they are not co-altitude. They're on crowd reference. So if you can imagine the crowd being below, the outside airplane wants to be a little bit higher. So when they do their hit, they're in line with each other visually down to the crowd angle. Yeah. And that creates some of that safety factor. You have some horizontal separation as well as a little bit of vertical. They're still extremely close and passes that we don't normally do in fleet aircraft head on, but they have that level of safety factor, and some of that's caused just by visual.
That's right. So now this is another unique Blue Angel maneuver in the dirty configuration. Not a lot of aircraft can do it because they don't have the strength in their landing gear to be able to be extended for the high rate of speeds that they're flying. So Boss is going to take the diamond here in dirty configuration. So landing gear down, tail hook extended, and they're going to do a loop over center point.
So watching the diamond there do the loop. As I said, the boss, Commander Adam Bryan, on his wing, number 2 jet, Commander Jack Kilty. And then in number 3 jet, Major Brandon Wilkins. And in the slot, Lieutenant Commander Wes Perkins. That too, part of the training that we talked about with 5 and 6, with progressing down the line, if you will. The boss and number 2 are always offset a year, right? 2-year tours, and that way
2 trains the boss.
One's kind of training 2, 2's training 1. 3's 3 for the first year and then becomes 4. And that way, multiple reasons. 1, 4 can train 3, but also should 2 or 3 have a... And there we go with that min radius turn.
You already know what's coming. Showcasing the turn capability. Pulling about 7.5 G's on this maneuver. And then on the flyout, we'll execute this really cool pushover maneuver where the aircraft is actually going to be the nose bunted over, and the aircraft will continue to climb.
Sound of freedom. Yeah, now number 5, Commander Thomas Zimmerman, and number 6, the opposing solo, Lieutenant Commander Connor O'Donnell. And that rounds out the 6 jets that you're seeing flying here today.
Yeah. So the diamond is now setting up from crowd right to crowd left. They're going to do the double farvel, another Blue Angel signature maneuver. They've been flying this since 1962. It started out as a single farvel, and someone came up with the idea of let's make it a double farvel. So 1 and 4 are going to be flying inverted formation off one another. 2 and 3 will balance out the formation, bringing it in for a full 4-plane diamond formation with 2 of them inverted to upright. And they'll have this really dynamic breakout at crowd left. There's the breakout, and 4 will roll around into position.
That too with I'll demonstrate with the models again. Oh, we got the solo. Solo's interrupted me coming overhead.
On this maneuver, you'll actually see 5 and 6 are going to roll into one another, or a blind roll, 270 degrees outside from one another. It looks like they're going to hit, and then they're going to execute a 360-degree turn with the final hit at center point. This is the opposed min radius turn. They'll execute a series of vertical rolls, time together, and then make their way to set up for the horizontal rolls. The diamond's setting up behind the crowd. They're gonna come crowd right to crowd left in a right echelon formation. Actually, it's crazy, talking with the pilots to find out what are some of the maneuvers that are actually harder for them to fly and which ones come a little bit easier that they feel are not as hard to master. This has been a really difficult maneuver from our pilots just because of the perspective from the echelon formation, being able to maintain their position. And it doesn't really get, I think, the credit that it's due for how difficult it is to fly correctly. So from crowd right to left, the fan brake. Now the solos are setting up for the opposing horizontal rolls. In this maneuver, they're going to converge at center point and demonstrate the rapid roll rate of the F-18 Super Hornet, showcasing its fly-by-wire. Crossing center point, they're going to do 2 consecutive rolls, totaling a total of 720 degrees.
Yeah, and you hear that, and those of us that fly on the regular aviation enthusiasts get it. Fly by wire, they understand that. Some of the planes we saw earlier, the difference there is computers, technology, right? So some of those older generation aircraft we saw flying earlier, when you pull the stick, when you move your rudders, it's pulleys, cables. You're actually moving control surfaces through mechanical linkages. Where fly-by-wire, you, with your control inputs, are putting inputs into the computer. The computer is, and we always joked in the growler that the pilot was just a voting member. Like, I want to turn the airplane left, where traditionally, if you move the stick to the left, you'd move an aileron or whatever, and that would move the wing. Where now in the fly-by-wire, you tell the airplane, I want it to go left. The airplane might assess speed, loading factors, all that stuff, and say, oh, the best way to make this happen right now is to kick a little left rudder, and that's going to make the airplane roll.
And you can see that exhibited now in the changeover roll that they're executing, going from a left echelon position, switching formation into the diamond while inverted over center point. And while the crowd is fixated, beautiful, graceful maneuver from the crowd left, 5 is setting up on the sneak pass, so he's bringing it in at 0.95 Mach.
Eyes on, eyes just above the water as here comes number 5. And number 6 over the top. Definitely a crowd favorite. Always gets everybody going, right?
And now that we have your attention, you've seen firsthand the ability of a tactical aircraft at high speed to sneak into a target area virtually undetected.
Seeing the having worked at NAS Pensacola since 2018, so being treated to a lot of the practices there at home station. I don't know what I enjoy more, trying to pick up 5 and watch 5 come by, or just watch the crowd and watch the reaction.
Watch. I sometimes the latter can be really, really great. I've gotten so immune to it. I think half the time I don't react to it. So I don't know if it's hearing loss or or what, but always a favorite maneuver for sure for the beachgoers. 5 is now detached, or 6 is detached, and 5 is joined up with the Diamond, and they're flying in a line abreast formation. So that means 1 through 5 all in a line with one another. Kind of looks like a race together, and they're going to go do a loop over center point, looking in a 90-degree flight path. So that means boss is the only one looking out. 2, 3, 4, and 5 are all looking 90 degrees off at their wingmen flying a position relative to them as they're doing this loop. So again, another just great example of the immense amount of trust that they have with number 1 boss being the only aircraft looking out, ensuring safe flight parameters. All right, so now 5 will have detached from the stinger position, which the stinger just means that 5 is flying in trail off of the Diamond. And then 5 will be setting up crowd left with 6 crowd right for the opposing 4-point roll. So that's where you're going to see the 2 solo pilots demonstrate precision roll rate control with their hit at center point, each one rolling 90 degrees in segment. So from crowd left, crowd right, you're going to see the 4-point hesitation roll. After the rolls, crossing center point, they're going to climb through the vertical and smoothly shift back into position. Okay, so the Diamond's going to be setting up behind the crowd now. You can see them making their way in. They're getting their checkpoints, and they're going to be in a column formation. That means 1 through 4 lined up under one another. They're going to smoothly shift into the Diamond as they climb up into the vertical. So here you can see the shift into the Diamond. They'll say, go Diamond. Go to the Diamond. They'll continue to climb. They'll bring it in. Smoke on. Boss is going to say, ready, break. Right now, boss has got his head looking back as far backwards as he can, and he's looking for his checkpoint, which his checkpoint is our light at center point. Center point where the comm card is specifically. So our crew's down there. They've got a light gun, which they'll be shining. He's going to set his nose on that until he reaches a certain parameter, and then he's going to pull off of that. 2, 3, and 4 are going to be setting up their rejoin off of the boss as he sets up crowd behind the crowd right. So not to be outdone, the solos are going to be setting up for their vertical maneuver, the vertical pitch. So they're going to cross center point and execute a max vertical climb with a split S over the top. Now, Mongo, you've flown with the team. What was your favorite maneuver?
Well, we had weather. It was a flat show. So we couldn't do much of the vertical stuff, which I'm a little bit bummed I missed out on that. I think for me, flying in the lead solo, that appreciation, almost all the hits at the middle, looking and picking up another aircraft coming at you down the runway,
Yeah.
and then doing those maneuvers. Probably
you never want to get used to that, right?
Never want to get used. Probably the most fun was a maneuver we already seen where the solos come over from behind the crowd, and then they cross out in front and do that min radius turn and hit again in front of the crowd. That was just neat to see close airplanes doing.
In a flat show too, you really got to get on it because everything you're doing is down low and you're pulling and you're fast. So a flat show can actually be a big worker for you. The Diamond's now setting up in front of the crowd. They're doing the barrel roll break, which is a really difficult maneuver for the boss. He's got an incredible amount of parameters that he's going to have to hit at differing roll rates and differing pitch settings and of course throttle settings. So it could be a pretty dynamic maneuver for a new boss. And then they're going to come across the bottom part of their loop and then execute a dynamic breakout crowd left from the crowd.
And let's listen to the boss as he talks to the Diamond there to come up on that breakout.
All right, so back to the right, the two solo pilots are making their approach to the center point. They're going to roll their aircraft. No solo? The solos will be setting up from crowd right, and they're going to see them roll their aircraft 420 degrees as a section. This is the double tuck over roll. So if they're set up right, it looks like a single solo flying in from the best viewpoint at center point. And then as they separate here on the roll, you'll see that there's actually both the solos just incredibly close, precision, precise roll together. As they exit, they'll go to a quick 90-degree roll, boom. And then exit stage left. Okay, the Diamond's going to begin setting up from behind the crowd. Boss is going to bring them in a diamond formation. This one's called the low brake cross. So approaching center point, each pilot's going to perform an individual brake turn at center point, executing a 45-degree bearing line. As they go around, 1 and 3, 2 and 4, they're going to execute an arcing turn, have a nice little hit on their outbound or their inbound, or as they go outbound to inbound, and then converge on center point together in a stack 1 through 4.
You're going to talk about mental math going on in the airplane, and there's that special that just got shot on the team, Boss Kesselring's team, and showing kind of a season with the Blues and the training, and like that maneuver right there where these airplanes are going out. doing a turn, and then flying back in with the goal of getting everybody right over center point, and essentially doing the same thing right now. Neat seeing how the cadence of the boss, every 1/10 of a mile or whatnot, calling out their distance away from center point. I'll let them rejoin overhead here.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing you need in a boss is consistency. And that consistency comes in their cadence, obviously their ability to fly the jet, but to just let everyone know to communicate so that each wingman knows what's coming next and anticipate the next maneuver.
Yep. But just to nail that timing, the other 3 pilots listening to how far the boss is, checking their distance, and then making speed adjustments. Am I farther than the boss is out from center point? Am I shorter, right? Do I need to speed up, slow down?
What are the winds doing to me?
What are winds? All to get back to center point right at the same time and create that hit.
Pretty remarkable. 5 and 6, the solos are setting up now for the section high alpha. This shows the high alpha, which alpha is the angle of attack on the aircraft. So you can see that they'll park the nose up, and they're going to approach really less than 120 miles per hour on this maneuver. Another unique design capability with the F-18. The original F-18, Legacy F-18, was designed to be able to execute low speed and high alpha, and the Super Hornet now demonstrating that.
That's something that really sets apart when you hear generations of fighter, 4th gen and 5th generation fighters. And there's a lot of other factors that get into it, but Super Hornet, that's a great example of being able to fly an aircraft that slow, but having that much thrust available and all those control surfaces working for you. And they're big control surfaces. Another aircraft, Fizzle had mentioned one previously, but that the Blue Angels used to fly is the A4. And the horizontal stabulator on an F-18, so this part of the airframe right there, the tail, 2 horizontal stabs, that horizontal stab is as big as an A4 wing. But moving and just on its own, the computer telling it, what do I need to do with the airplane to keep it just trucking through the sky at this high AOA? It's pretty impressive.
All right, boss is bringing the diamond in to showcase the awesome power of the GE F414 engines. In this maneuver, you're going to hit them. They're going to hit burner. 168,000 pounds of thrust coming around. And you can just feel the power with those.
Yeah, it
engines.
vibrates your ribs, doesn't it?
It does. All right, we'll see the solos whip by to go join up, and then we're going to have a delta formation with 1 through 6. So the Blues have been flying the Delta formation, the 6-plane formation, since 1958. Behind the crowd, they're setting up. The 2 solo pilots are joining up. They're going to come from crowd right to crowd left for the Delta roll with all 6 aircraft simultaneously rolling over center point. It's going to show you just the incredible amount of precision that the team operates with day in and day out.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about the solos, and again, I understand it's a C-130 and a Super Hornet models, but that angle with the crowd, something that's also amazing, those airplanes that close together, especially with the slot behind the boss, that if you were lined up straight on that aircraft, when you're looking at the crowd, like you can see with the models, you look lower. So how far in the placement, so like right there when the aircraft look in line with the models, then when it's straight up and down, you're actually out on the left wing a little bit to get that lined up so it looks right. And all that work that goes into all these different maneuvers to not just do the maneuver, but make it look great for the crowd to make it the symmetry play out.
So now you can hear Boss is talking. They're talking on a separate button now that's going to be the Delta formation button. And each of the other segments or elements are going to be talking on their own discrete frequency as well. So the solos will maintain a net together, and then the diamond will have a net together, because there's going to be certain maneuvers in the Delta where they're going to actually separate from one another. So that's how they balance it with the two radios. One's dedicated towards the diamond, one towards the solos, and then they're all on a common frequency, the show line frequency for the Delta.
There's another listening to the Boss talking to the Delta as they run through the cadence to line up to, again, separate out of the Delta, as Fizzle was just saying, kick the solos loose.
So Boss will be bringing them back to show line on this, and they'll do a run. And on the 1,500-foot line, they'll do a slight climb. You'll see 5 and 6 will detach from the formation after they do their rolls, and the diamond will do their rolls and then execute a rejoin in a loop overhead center point. So this is the fleur de lis. So we'll pick up the diamond here. Looks like in the rejoin overhead the top of the loop. You'll see them. They'll get the rejoin complete just slightly over the top. Coming in, easing off the power. If you ever notice the smoke go away where it's just faintly there, that's because of the afterburners. So a lot of times people will see the smoke go away. It's the burner. It actually vaporizes the paraffin oil that's part of the smoke system. It's on the left nozzle or left burner. In practice, when people see the solos are going to be executing a dynamic rejoin here on the diamond as they make their maneuver crowd right in front of the crowd. Boss is going to be maneuvering. He's going to do a quick 270-degree turn to line up on show line. The solos are up high. They're going to make a really aggressive rejoin maneuver coming in for the diamond or the Delta loop break cross. But in practice, if you come out and see, sometimes you'll notice that the smoke might go away. It might be turned off momentarily. Our pilots will do that if they find themselves out of position. It's all part of the debrief. They're noting that they're not in the position they're going to be in. That could be just slightly inches off, and they'll actually flip the smoke switch off momentarily as a notable moment. And also, they don't want any photos taken where the symmetry is not maintained. All right, so we should have the solos lining up. Boss is going to bring them in. He's going to bring them over center point, executing a climb overhead at the top apex point of the loop. They're going to do a dynamic breakout over center point. And there's the breakout. So each aircraft is going to accelerate to 500 miles per hour. They're going to make their way outbound from center point. They'll do over the top a half Cuban 8 reversal, full over the top, and then make their way in for another simultaneous run in, each separated by altitude ultimately arriving at center point at the same time.
Which here we kick off again that mental math. So the boss is talking about distance away from center point at a cadence, and everyone else is assessing where they are based on the boss's call and if they need to speed up or slow down to affect that join up right back at center point. That's a little mod you'll see even in the videos with the Blues is a big stopwatch right up on the right below the heads up display, which isn't a normal thing on most Super Hornets out there in the fleet, and that's to help with its timing problems.
Set up in front of the crowd for the breakouts. So boss is setting them up. Crowd right in front of the crowd. They're going to do a run in and directly towards the crowd for a dynamic breakout with what's known as the Delta breakout. So really, really cool smoke pattern on this one as they all separate. All 6 aircraft separate and form a really, really dramatic scene. You'll see a lot of selfies going on the beach with this maneuver. They really brought it on that one. That was a great breakout. Now you can see Fat Albert setting up as well. So it looks like we'll get one more run in Delta and Fat Albert. That was great. Ford gave us a little love here with a little tap at the burner.
There we go. That was awesome, as usual. Your 2025 Blue Angel team putting on a show at the 2025 Pensacola Beach Air Show. And this was all brought to you today by Hellcat Productions. Again, some great efforts by David and Mark behind the board over here, and Casey and Kyle working the cameras. And it does look like we get a treat. There's Fat Albert making a turn. So it looks like they're going to set up for a pass with the Delta following Fat Albert. Sammy. No. When they came up, we were talking about the Delta roll, right? But you don't see it every show. What does a team do when they sit there and they determine when or not we're going to do a new maneuver like this, or even like this? The uniqueness, you don't usually see a show end with Fat Albert leading the Delta by.
If I'm not mistaken, they're going to be setting up right for the. I think they're come crowd left to crowd right here on the Delta aileron roll all together. So all 6 aircraft rolling.
Oh, okay, all right.
So we'll see it. And again, this is a new maneuver. So historically, this would be where we'd have a flat pass. And so I think that the team appropriately decided to make a slight modification and make it a little bit more exciting and just another way to showcase their incredible talent and precision. So to answer your question, in order to do that, every year, the Chief of Naval Aviation Training certifies the team for flight demonstrations. So that's part of our standardization process. We have a standardization manual which spells out all the maneuvers that are performed so that it's procedurally correct. It's not just a pass down item. And unfortunately, that's been a lesson learned over the years with losses of some team members. And like anything in naval aviation, it's written in blood. And we try to just make sure that their losses are not in vain and that we learn from it. And so the Blue Angel flight demonstration program has been kind of a result of several of those unfortunate events.
With that, and that new maneuver with Sinatra certifying you, do you think the Delta roll, and I just highlight that because it is a new maneuver that we've seen this year, you think that's been in the works for a while? Or do you think that is something that maybe this team, winter training in El Centro or whatever, was like, hey, could we do this? Could we do it safely? Can we execute it? What would it take? And then pitching it to the boss.
I would be speculating, but I believe that it's really ultimately down to where each team is and where they think they are in the season. This would be something that they came up with in El Centro, and I can only guess that the team was doing so well with their flight demonstration practices that they felt they were above where they needed to be in terms of proficiency and accuracy, and decided that that they, as there's risk management in it. They probably discussed those risks, and then decided to incorporate it into their procedures, ultimately getting certified for it. I'm definitely not going to say it's a benign maneuver because 6 aircraft rolling like that, you have to have a plan if you have to separate and go clear. So I'm sure they talked through all that. But you also have a very senior demonstration team.
Sure.
And I think that allowed them the opportunity to make kind of that bold leap. And hopefully we see it in future years.
And speaking of that team, right, they're just in the process of potentially selecting the next team, right? With aviators out there with positions that are open and published of, hey, next year we'll need to fill these spots. And so fleet aviators are putting in application packages, coming to see air shows, meet the team and get known and see if they can get picked up for next year, right?
Yeah, that's right. Constantly get asked, we have a lot of fans that we run into over show site to show site. No, I know you're out there listening. If you're out there, remember, you want to be a Blue Angel, then, join, become an aviator, serve your country. That's what we're ultimately out there encouraging folks to do. It's a great career path, and to serve your country, it's a privilege. So, we're ultimately trying to get folks out there to go out and serve in some form or fashion, whether that's for the military or any other means.
Yep. And here we go. Neat little parade. Fat Albert leading the Delta down the beach line to wrap it up. Probably not picked up too well by the mics, but Casino Beach Bar and Grill playing a little Lee Greenwood, Proud to be an American, and it's kind of neat to hear the crowd singing along. You can be louder. Come on.
Getting some nice photos from the back there, I see, with the ramp down. That's going to be great. I know, just in speaking for the team, the Pensacola Beach Week is an awesome week. It's busy for the team, like you said, selecting next year's teammates. It was always a challenge to be able to do all the things that you want to do to show Pensacola your thanks for to be able to call it home. So we can never do enough, and And speaking for our alumni, I think that that's something that we enjoy to this day, is being able to come back and do events like this. So big thanks to Hellcat for having us out and to be able to be a part of it.
Yep, Dave and the whole team at Hellcat, thank you, and goodbye to the 2025 Beach Air Show. Fizzle, it was a blast, buddy.